Hey y'all. I hope y'all can hear me. The pop filter's good. I know I always have trouble with sound when I'm streaming, so hopefully I finally got it figured out. We gonna find out together. We find out a lot together, huh? I'm just updating my what's it called? My social media stuff. But I'm see oh my gosh, y'all. Oh, wait. Actually, let me before we get started, let me just get out my notes. So y'all know it's not an astrology stream without notes upon notes upon notes upon notes. Dang, I have not looked at my astrology Scrivener binder on like my actual laptop screen. I always use my monitor, but I'm looking at it now and I'm like, oh dang, that font's so small. My font for or well actually you might not know if you don't have um uh if you don't have Scrivener. Look, I'll show y'all right quick. I'll show y'all. Boom, look at that. You see how small that is? But yeah, let me go to just chat. But like I mean I knew I had a lot of notes. I knew I had a lot of notes, but I didn't realize I had that many notes. I'm like, ooh, it's kind of, and that's just because of the things that are open. That's not even everything that's open. Oh wait, oh no, chart shows are open. Okay, that's fine. Just my notes. But anyways, oh wait, yes, stream notes. Here we go. Hey y'all, how's it going? I hope it's going well. I haven't streamed in a minute. It's been a few months now. I guess like two. Because I want to say what my last stream was the midpoint of Saturn in Pisces. And by midpoint, I mean like the midpoint before the end, since the second time, or not the, you know, the previous stream was about the midpoint of Saturn retrograding back into Pisces. So, kind of that second turnaround. And that was, I want to say, the 23rd or the 22nd of November. Why am I guessing? I could just look on my phone. Let me see. When did I have my Ooh, now wait a minute. See, I can't open social media. I follow too many interesting people. I'm like, dang. Word. I don't know if y'all are into crochet. You should follow Gathering Bliss Crochet. It's gathering underscore bliss underscore crochet. I haven't read the thing that goes with it yet, but they crocheted like a little tapestry that says your heart is a weapon the size of your fist bars. What do the kids do these days? Clock that T. Y'all probably can't hear my little fingers clapping. But yes, clock that T. Thank you, Gathering English Crochet. But no, let me see. Man, I have Perfume Stuck in My Head by Doja Jung. The 22nd. It was the 22nd of November. So yes, the 22nd of November, we did our midway point. I had to do a little check and make sure we were all still here. Show proof of existence. I am still here. You know, thank God. Praise the Lord. Cause I feel like I say this every time. They was really trying to get your girl up out of here. Like since the, and you know what? We're not even gonna get into it. Let me get this started properly. I'm just bringing up all my notes, so I'm just kind of chit chatting. We gonna see if people show up. See if people don't show up. It's so cool. I decided to stream on YouTube because it was so much easier to stream on YouTube and have it already be there and already be basically like a video on YouTube than trying to stream on another site, download the video, upload the video. I'm also trying to like talk properly so my throat don't be hurting, but it's so hard, y'all. I be deep in my throat. I be talking in the back of my neck, and I don't know why. I know how to sing properly. I just, for whatever reason, I can't translate that into talking. I get to talking and I don't even know. I can't even describe the way I be talking, to be honest. I feel like the problem is because of the places I lived growing up, I've just been surrounded by people that like talk in their mouths and in the back of their throats. Like kind of, I don't want to say gruff because not necessarily gruff speakers, because I don't think I have a gruff voice, but a little bit harsh. I've lived around kind of harsh speakers, I guess, like people that have like harsh tones, but they talk in a very round, like mouthfully way. Like I know I sound like I'm garbling or gargling marbles when I talk. I know. I know. But like that's just how I talk. And like I can't even fully blame the people I grew up around because to be honest, I grew up around a lot of southerners, Spanish speakers, but like Mexican Spanish. Um or even like Central American Spanish, some of those countries. Not a lot of like below like the top countries in South America. Of course, but actually growing up, I didn't know a lot of people from like Spanish speaking Caribbeans. I knew people from like the French and English and even Dutch speaking Caribbean, but I didn't actually know a lot of Spanish speaking Caribbeans until I got older. And honestly, until I was like, well, I can't, well, actually, yeah, honestly, until I was like an adult and like moved out here to Jersey. So, that's a tangent. And again, that's not even all the kinds of folks who I've grew up around and the different languages and stuff I was hearing. So yeah, I got no explanation for the way I be talking. I just be talking like this. As my mom likes to say, I came out the womb sounded like I came from Jersey, which is interesting because to me, people from Jersey, if they're not from like North Jersey, so they got like that like stereotypical Italian American accent or like a Jewish American accent or any of the like Caribbean Latin or or not well, actually yeah, Latin speaking accents, Italian, Spanish. Um I'm sure there's a little bit of Dutch in that northeast accent, because there was a lot of Dutch folk, which I feel like that accounts for some of the some things in the accents out this way that people can't quite put their finger on. I'm sure the Dutch got some remnants too. And of course, if you're in South Jersey, then you're near Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania has the Pennsylvania Dutch and all that good, but they're not actually Dutch. I think they're German. Anyways, there's a whole lot going on in the Jersey accent, but I have noticed folks do sound real country out this way. They sound real country, and their accents are like vaguely southern. They're very southern adjacent, which makes sense. New Jersey is the northernmost southern state. I never gonna stop saying that. But all that to say, people from Jersey don't hear it. They swear up and down they got like the most northern, thickest, you know, whatever people think a northern accent sounds like. But I'm like, nah, y'all got a little bit of twang, y'all got a little bit of sing song in your voice. Y'all got a bit of a not even twang, it's the drawl. It's the drawl for me. They be drawling out this way. And they swear up and down they don't. But I'm like, nah, y'all do. Y'all do. And it's probably like when you're as old a state as you are, you're bound to have, heavy remnants of that English influence, obviously. And obviously, you also got that Irish and the Scottish and all that good stuff. So I don't know why they be denying it. I'm like, y'all, you were colonized by the English. Why are you acting like you're not going to sound like a Southerner when they were also heavily colonized by the English? Like you're not from Louisiana, you don't like I don't know what to tell you. I know it's more exotic to say you got some Italian in you, but sadly, that's not the only thing up in that accent. Anyways, that's just me yapping. Let's get to the actual video, the actual stream. So yeah, I'll be honest, I'm trying to think. I organize or I outline the video even though I don't script things, but this time I'll be honest, y'all, time got away from me in so many ways and for so many different reasons. I've been busy. I've been out living life. Which we'll probably get into because it's all connected. It's all connected to Saturn and Pisces. So, let's just get into it. Let's get into it. Also, okay, I'm just checking to make sure I did my thingy. So, oh, wait. So, yeah. The theme of the day, obviously, Saturn and Pisces. It's finally out. It's finally in Aries. All of us Saturn Pisces babies, we're done with our first, or we're gonna say first. Because Saturn goes into the signs every 30 years. So someone could have had their second Saturn return. Someone could have had their third Saturn return. I haven't seen it. It's interesting. I've seen people talking about like I've know the Aries Saturn kids, they're like, oh, it's us. It's all about us. It's just us. They keep forgetting. And I'm not saying this in like a bad way or anything like that. It's just, a lot of them been focused on like the new cohort of Saturn and Aries folks, which is fitting because Aries is often associated with youth. So, a lot of people been talking about the youth cohort, yeah, like the youth cohort of Saturn and Aries. However, when Saturn was in Pisces, I saw so many people, and more so than when Saturn was in Aquarius and when Saturn was in Capricorn. Well, in fairness, I wasn't really following astrology, people like that during Saturn and Capricorn. So, and I've already discussed what happened with Saturn was in Sag. I was too busy fighting for my life to be worried about no astrology. But Saturn and Capricorn, I was like, whatever. Well, actually, yeah, whatever. Saturn and Aquarius, I saw bits and pieces, but I'm gonna be honest, some people, I feel like the Saturn and Aquarius folks were experiencing what I was experiencing during Saturn and Sagittarius. They was fighting for their lives. They was just, and honestly, they was just fighting too. They was fighting. So I think they were too busy fighting to really be like, oh, this is my first Saturn return. Oh, this is my second. Oh, this is my third. Blah, 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 blah. But Saturn and Pisces, I saw quite a few people in their 60s talking about it, which is very interesting to me. And I saw people talking about people that obviously were in their 90s, but they weren't online talking about it, which fair. I mean, you do the math. That's them folks don't really be on the internet like that. They're too busy. I'll be honest, they're too busy living their lives. You know, they uh they got things to do, grandkids to smother with love. I forgot now sometimes smother is like derogatory, but I mean smother in that lovely grandparent way of being like, "Oh, my precious baby," pinching cheeks, that kind of smothering. Um, but they was living life when they were born, and they still just out here focused on living their life. Uh, why did I even get on that? Anyways, let's get to it. Saturn and Pisces. We officially made it. Kaksu! Round of applause for everyone. Yes. I'm gonna clap. I'm gonna clap near the mic. Hopefully y'all heard that. It's been a time. It's been a time. It's been a struggle. It's been an experience, you know? A lot to talk about, a lot to talk about. I'm going to try and not have this be super long, but no promises. I mean, the thing that makes me feel less bad about my astrology videos being so long is the fact that everyone has long astrology videos. It's hard to talk about astrology and how it relates to life because, that's kind of what astrology is. relating or, finding patterns in life experiences. And, life is a kind of vague word and term. There's so much that is encapsulated in that. So, uh, it's gonna be what it is. And, hopefully this is entertaining enough that y'all can pop it on and do other things, or, y'all can just watch this stream and be doing other things you gotta do, playing a video game or something. Cause this might be a bit. Like I said, I usually try to outline these. I have my notes, I have everything organized. This time I don't. I'm gonna be honest, this the last, and the thing is, I knew Saturn wasn't gonna go out easy. Saturn and Pisces wasn't gonna leave us without taking a little something for the road. Pisces is greedy. That's never been Pisces' way. Pisces is a sign that goes, yes, and give me a little bit more, please. I still need to redo or like make a proper video for my signs and the sins, especially after I made that little post on Threads about, the sign elements and how I think that relates to envy. People were really mad at me for some reason about that. Like, dang. Sorry I hurt your feelings. I was not talking about you though. So, as the girlies love to say, as the tarot girls, the spiritual girls, the folks that be prophesizing and giving a word, if it don't apply, let it fly. And I feel like that too is very Pisces. Um, I do want to I do kind of wish I had circled back and made a video for my signs and the seven deadly sins stream, since that kind of got a little, you messed up a little bit. I couldn't re-upload it. Very sad about that, especially because, we're doing the work, looking at it. Pisces came up a lot. Or, Pisces kind of ended up falling under quite a few sins. Pisces is the last sign. Let me Pisces is the last sign that is in the zodiacal wheel. If you are someone that starts off the zodiac at Aries, Siren? What? Okay, that's crazy. Um, Pisces is kind of, with Pisces is giving the grandma's the baby, is giving everything everywhere all at once. Which, let me check to see if that actually came out during Saturn Pisces. No, no, no. That was when Saturn was in Aquarius. It says 2022. I do believe Saturn went into Pisces um in 2023. That's it. Because I think, unlike with Aquarius, it kind of went in and stayed in if I'm remembering correctly, like it didn't necessarily have a bunch of retrogrades in and out of the sign, like sometimes when Saturn goes into a sign. Um, so I think because I was looking up Saturn in Libra, and I think when it was in Libra, it went in and out a bunch of times. Um, Either that or Leo. Anyways, let me just give just a quick little rundown of Pisces. Just seeing, just a reminder, we're gonna be talking about some things, and these are the themes that we're looking at. Uh the things that were, most prominent for these 3 years. And in case you're watching this and you're like, shoo, I don't know jack about shit. Um, this is the things that relate to Pisces. It is ruled by Jupiter. It is where Venus is exalted. It's where Mercury is in fall and detriment. Its sister sign is Virgo, meaning the sign at the opposite of the wheel to Pisces. And sister signs are related to each other's topics. They're basically looking at the same concepts from different points of view. They're signs that see each other, but there's some tension there. It's a bit of a seesaw. It's about finding balance, which we'll get into a bit in the video when I get to the other parts of the video. When I'm saying video, I should say stream. When I get to the other parts of the stream, because actually, just in case, let me turn off desktop audio. Um, because an interesting thing now I've seen people talk about now that Saturn is in Aries is, obviously for some people, the last time Saturn was in Aries, they were very young. They were babies. Especially if they're having their Saturn returns now. Excuse me. That means they were between 1 and 3 years old. Um, when Aries was, or when Saturn was actually in Aries. So most people they don't really remember that time frame. And I'm saying between 1 to 3 years, but they were born. So they experience Aries, or they experience Saturn Aries from like 0 to 2, more like. So obviously they don't really have anything to draw back on. But because Libra is Aries' sister sign, you could see elements of what Saturn is going to have to say while being in Aries with the themes that popped up during Saturn in Libra. Um, so, with that in mind, it is interesting to me to think about when Saturn was in Virgo. And again, we're going to get into it because very full circle moments, very full circle moments that I'll be honest, I've been kind of itching to talk about anyways. So I was like, I know I'm a little late with this stream, but I'm not going to cancel it. I'm just going to do it, just for my, uh, uh, what's the word? Just because I want to. Because I think it'll be fun to talk about. Um, Even if, this time isn't great for people to be able to catch it since it's not the original time, but we gonna rock with it. Continuing with the things related to Pisces, Pisces is a feminine sign, meaning it is of the negative polarity. You could also say it is a introverted sign, as in literally focused inward rather than focused outward. Energetically, it's a much more internal sign. It, matters more with internal things. Um, it is a water sign. It is mutable. It's associated with the feet. It's symbolized by the fish. You know, Pisces is the two fish constellation. And even its symbol kind of looks like two fish swimming together. It's very much giving yin and yang, which is hilarious that during Saturn and Pisces, everyone started having a Chinese feeling. I think that's hilarious. I think that's fun. Um, especially as someone that's always had an interest in Chinese culture and history, because it's interesting. Um, which, my Pisces ninth house, anyways, continuing. Um, it is associated, it is considered nocturnal, cold, moist. Uh, and I'll even go into the gems and metals and plants and foods that it's associated with. There's a much larger list for these things, but I have a few key points in my notes for my little sign breakdown, which I'll be honest, if y'all want my breakdown notes, I do have PDFs of that because I gave them to my little sister. Or because they wanted the little things on astrology. So I do have my little breakdown notes, which is basically like a snapshot of things associated with the signs, planets, and houses. Basically, every time I study a certain aspect of astrology, I have my big notes, which are like always being updated. Well, all my notes are always being updated because, I'm constantly studying. I'm not an astrologer. Oh, I should have started the whole video off with this. I'm not an astrologer. I'm just someone that's interested in astrology and I study astrology. I'm a student of astrology, as I like to say. I'm not an astrologer. I've been saying I don't want to be one, and I don't think I'm gonna become one, but I don't know. I've been seeing astrologers and they make me feel spicy, so I might become an astrologer just because I'm built different. Like, I'm not like you other hoes. I I think there's a different way we could be doing things and going about things. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's the Saturn and Aries transit talking, but I don't know. I might be an astrologer after all. Who knows? Who knows? You did this to yourself. But anyways, let me stop being silly. But yeah, I have my big notes that has literally everything, and then I condense those into like snapshot notes where I could just kind of like look and be like, oh, this goes to this goes to that, this signifies that. Just kind of like refresher notes. But yeah. Gem and metals, we got lapis lazuli, translucent stone, silver. For plants and food, we got sugar and sandalwood, which is interesting because I've been trying to find some good perfume and looking at perfumes I've and like scents I've liked over the years and looking at like the notes that are prevalent in a lot of those. And like on its own, I don't like sandalwood. But or like I never think I like sandalwood, but I think I actually do like sandalwood. So that's interesting. But I feel like I like sweet sandal. Anyways, features small mark on chest, limbs fall asleep easy, associated with the feet, injuries to heels, ephemeral beauty slash appearance. Why is that? See, I like Scrivener, but it be acting like it don't know words. I need to find a better dictionary. Um, let's see. Colors, blue and white. Interesting. I am wearing white right now. I'm wearing my snowman onesie. And I have been having a very blue feeling during Saturn and Pisces. Day, oh, I'm gonna skip that. Also, I should add that some of these notes are, uh, oh, never mind. Um, let's see. Honestly, because I just kind of, some of these notes are based off of like traditional understandings. Some of these are more modern. Some of these are from the medieval Islamic practices. I'd just be finding notes and resources and putting it all in. You know, astrology is very it's very vast. So much to cover. And I've been seeing people talking about uh Baji. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I don't know what the tones are supposed to be because no one ever writes it with tones. And I'll be honest, I'm still shaky on my Chinese vowels. I do need to work on those. Um, that's another discussion though. I haven't seen people talk about that, and I'm like, man, I would like to learn that too. But let me at least learn a little bit more about uh I guess zodiacal astrology, non-Chinese astrology. Because to be fair, astrology encompasses so many things. And like, even though people are like, oh, this is that astrology and this is that astrology, but like, you basically have like Chinese astrology or like you have country astrology, like, as in, this is the astrology that individual countries practice or like individual cultural groups practice. But then you have like overall astrology, because let's be honest, although people talked to each other and talk to each other, so there's a lot of overlap for stuff unless it's like very strictly based in like very specific cultural practices, which is why you have like sidereal astrology, but people really mean like North Indian astrology. Because I think it's usually people are talking about the one that was very popular in North India, because I feel like I saw people saying like in South India there's some differences. And then, people talk about Western astrology, but Western astrology is really like Greek. It's just not even, it's Mediterranean astrology. And then they spread it throughout all of Europe because the Europeans got rid of their own astrology. Um, or they forgot. I shouldn't say they got rid of it, but they started practicing other stuff. It's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of and try to understand. And that's not even getting into all the other continents and countries and cultures that got their own astrology. I got so away from let me continue reading my notes. Keywords. Oh, said to be good healers, religious teachers, mystics, makers of beautiful things, musicians, poets, artists, counselors. Keywords: diffusion, qualitative. Ooh, that's a good word. The confessor. the priest. Receptive, contradiction, faithful, giving, absorbing, accepting, oneness, assimilation. That's also a good word. Integration, subsume, subsume? I don't know what that word is. Surrender, vague, half hidden, offness, checked out, evaporation, inconceivable, depth of space, vastness, ephemeral, inward, interior, expansive, intuitive, sensing, feeling, unseen. I feel like unseen is a good word for Pisces too. I feel like people, they don't necessarily know how to conceptualize that or like include that in the concept of Pisces, you know? They kind of speak around this aspect of Pisces. Um which is interesting, especially when people will bring up that Pisces is also associated with Neptune. It's considered Neptune is considered at home in Pisces as well. But I feel like people overemphasize the dreamlike nature of Neptune, and they don't necessarily speak to the concept of sometimes quite literally Neptune being related to what's beyond the seen and beyond the unseen. It's almost like I don't know, sometimes I think of Neptune as the layer beyond the layer. Like when you think about the fact that in many legends, the creatures that to us are legendary and otherworldly still have higher powers they have to call to or like abide by, answer to. There we go. They have higher powers that they have to answer to, and like they have their own mythology and metaphysics they experience. So I think of Neptune as that, the world beyond the other world. So I feel like saying unseen for Pisces is very apt. I like that. I have in my list of keywords, um, oh, that's not the right color. I have some words like highlighted, and I'm gonna highlight that. Oh no, I just highlighted the wrong word. Yes, continuing on. Soft, flaky, creative, fluid, ocean, escapism. I'll be honest, kind of overused with Pisces. But I mean, it's there for a reason. It relates. Boundless, soul oriented, transcendent, soulful, profound, wordless, and imagination. You know, those are just some things to keep in mind talking about Pisces. Now, moving on with Saturn, the boundary, also known as the greater malefic. It is contrasted by Jupiter. It relates to extreme cold, restriction, limitations, containment, deceit, being false, erections of solid structures, establishing enduring legacies, which is going to be very interesting seeing what comes out of Saturn in Aries and seeing, I suppose, things that have will come from Saturn and Pisces. Um, time, also feeling stuck, inaction, failing to take action, isolation, feeling isolation. That is a bit of a distinct difference. You could be physically isolated, and sometimes you could just feel isolated. It's giving no one at this party knows XYZ about me? Depression, wisdom, death, pragmatic insight, and sobriety, which is very interesting. Um, I did see quite a few stories about people, getting off various substances during Saturn and Pisces. Very good for them, very happy. Um, but also in a way it's interesting because Saturn and Pisces also clearly indicated a struggle with substances, which I feel like that talks to the cyclical nature of astrology and kind of what made Saturn and Pisces so weird. Um, for this video or this stream, I decided to do things a little differently instead of doing like a proper slideshow because I felt like that was just too restrictive, which is funny because I feel like each slide or like each PowerPoint I made for Saturn and Pisces, I kept feeling like it was too constricted. I kept trying to find and I more and more ways to express the things I was trying to express. And so I've kind of settled on not really having a slideshow at all, and now I'm just having uh keywords I'll be sharing and talking about the experience and really focusing on that cyclical nature. And I guess now this is the point of the video where oh, hold on. I guess now this is the point of the video where I actually really get into it, get into the meat of it, an hour in almost. But I feel like that was very Saturn and Pisces. Um, you know, obviously people always talk about with your Saturn return, there's going to be lessons learned. If anything you had was not built on solid foundations, those foundations are going to crumble away and you're going to have to rebuild. You're going to have to try something else. Saturn is very good at hitting you with the if you're going to be stupid, you better be tough. That was very much Saturn and Pisces, but like in a gentle way, in a soft way. Um, for this video, I keep saying video for this stream. um, I decided to just kind of be very bare, uh, to just really stick to the basics, try and keep it simple. Partially for, my own, well-being. I'm very busy. I keep saying that, but I am. I'm very busy. I got a lot going on. Time just kind of got away from me too. I kept forgetting that my stream was Monday or see, there we go. I kept forgetting my stream was Sunday today and not Monday. And again, I tried making that little PowerPoint and I wasn't feeling it. I also wanted to do like an actual sit and talk video with like a camera, but I don't really have a setup for that. I think maybe now I figured out how I can do that. But again, also I didn't, I don't really have, yeah, I didn't have the setup for it. I wanted to make a video, but I don't really have the ability to do that either. So I was like, okay, how about I dial in on the journey, you know, especially because, like I mentioned during the midpoint stream, a big thing that came up for me was patience, waiting, really. And I'll be I'll be honest. I feel like I I don't necessarily want to say I became more woo woo. More or let me not even say woo woo. Let me be serious. More spiritual. More in tune with nature. Because I feel like there's just certain ideals we have around things. But like to me, it was also practical. Like it just everything became such more, or like my clarity became more rooted in practicality, I should say. A lot of things for me became more rooted in practicality, which is surprising. You wouldn't think that with Saturn and Pisces of all signs, but again, we mentioned earlier, to understand what might come into play during Saturn and Aries, people are suggesting you look at Saturn and Libra. They're sister signs. Libra isn't exactly the same as Aries, obviously. It's a air sign. It's ruled by Venus and not Mars. It's where Saturn is exalted, and you know, Aries is where the sun is exalted. But again, those topics come up in just different ways. So Virgo being Pisces' sister sign, um, Virgo is very associated with practicality and stability, at least being a bit more stable than Pisces. But I feel like a better way to look at it is where Pisces can be stabilizing, and we could look at Pisces as where Virgo can be a bit more untethered. There's also this phenomenon people talk about of if you have a stellium, you might see more like the other sign. And maybe this is to speak to how we try to balance ourselves, or even how we ground ourselves. I think in a way that's what oppositions are. You know, the tension between opposing signs is in the grounding. It's in the trying to stay balanced. And how do we stay balanced when we feel untethered and uneasy? We ground ourselves. So it was a surprisingly grounding time. And I'm gonna explain the screen now. um, I decided I was going to talk about my Saturn return and my Saturn and Pisces experience overall by going through the houses. Because to me, that just made the most sense. You know, because this was my first Saturn return, this is the first time the every planet has gone through my entire chart and getting back to that relationship with cycles and the cyclical nature of things and timing and how that just became so important to me and prominent and really something I couldn't ignore or avoid anymore very quickly. I know I keep saying we'll get into various things, but we okay, never mind. I think it was just OBS. All right. Ooh, actually, wait. Actually, I don't think I should do that. But yeah. Um, I decided to, go through the houses backwards, 'cause that just kind of felt right. I'm gonna be honest, that just felt right to, kind of in a way start at the beginning, which you would think would be the first house, but it's not actually. Man, I don't know what is or why is doing that. But anyways, technically you start at the 12th house. Um, the 12th house in kind of like how where the 8th meets the 7th. The 8th house is associated with copulation, shall we say, because it's where the horizon is. Your first house is your rising sign because that's the star that is rising. Um, the planets, if I'm remembering correctly, they go clockwise. What is going on? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to figure out my connection. I mean, it wouldn't be a stream without some technical difficulties, would it? All right, I think we should be good now. Um, but yeah, the 8th house is associated with sex and the inheritance, kind of the things that come after, the seventh house. First comes marriage, then comes baby in the baby carriage, or however that nursery rhymes goes. But if you think about it, we go from the eighth to the 12th, and the 12th and the first are kind of like the opposite points of the seventh and eighth. Um, or I guess they reflect the seventh and eighth, I should say. Because if they were opposite, it'd be more like the sixth and the seventh. But yeah, they kind of reflect each other. And the 12th and the first speaks to the gestation period. Like your rising sign is your rising sign because that's literally when you're born. The second you come out, that you're born, you exist now. But you still existed inside of your mother. You just weren't born yet. You didn't really have a life yet. But you were there, just kind of lingering, waiting. Um, especially depending on what you believe. I'll be honest. I don't I wouldn't necessarily attribute it to just Saturn and Pisces. This is just a thing I've always been interested in. Um, but I definitely saw a lot of stories of people talking about their experiences with birth and things their kids would say w- when they were younger about their memories, I guess you could say, of like life before being born. Just a very interesting concept. And I don't just mean like past lives. I feel like people talking about past lives is very Saturn and Aquarius. So I feel like a lot of people are talking about that. But when Saturn entered Pisces, a lot of people were sharing about their kids talking about not necessarily past lives, but like past pre-birth memories. Like they were already the souls that were going to be born, not necessarily souls that had been born and lived and died, but souls that were not existing yet, so to say. Those pieces, I guess, of those souls that had died and now they were going to be something or someone new in the world. Very interesting. But that's very 12th house. Um, the 12th house does relate to those things that are similar to the 8th house, between worlds, between spaces. It's a boundary line, really. Just part of why Saturn doesn't mind being in the 12th house. It's a very comfortable house for Saturn. Um, Saturn kind of likes to be out of the way, allowed to do its thing quietly in solitude, if you will. Um, going back to what I was saying earlier about wanting to do this stream a little bit differently, the keyword I chose for the 12th house in my experience with the 12th house was solitude. Um, in a kind of on the nose way. I've kind of been joking since 2024. Honestly, since before that. But more so during 2024, making jokes about, I'm excited for Jupiter to enter Cancer because it's gonna eventually be in my first house. But it's a kind of tongue-in-cheek joke because Jupiter definitely has been hanging out in my 12th house because I have a very late um I have a very late degree rising in Cancer. I have a it's so middling, or not middling, but like it's so, I mean, in a way, yeah, it's very middling in because you have the deacons, which are occupy the 10-degree spaces in the houses. So it's very middling in the later degrees of the Cancer deacons too. I want to say it's like 25 degrees, 0.25 seconds, or is that how it goes? It's 25 degrees by 25 or something like that. Is like the most middling of middling. It's so trifling. And so in Placidus, my first house is actually very small, very, very tiny. But not so tiny that I don't still have full houses. I don't have intercepted houses or anything like that. But it is very, very small. So even though Cancer transits happen in my chart, obviously, they be happening in the sky, it's happening in my chart. But I've always felt like, I don't necessarily feel it. Cancer's supposed to be this great sign, it's where the moon is at home. It's where Jupiter is exalted. I have a very Jupiter heavy chart. Y'all know it. I do got my Jupiter in Sag. I also have almost everything is in Sag and Pisces except for Venus and Neptune and Uranus, which are in Capricorn. So, I have a very Jupiter heavy chart. But then you got my little bitty rising. Excuse me. So, definitely this tail end of Saturn being in Pisces. And especially with Saturn going into Aries briefly over the summer. I feel like for me, the 12th house became so prominent. Um, Especially when you consider that Saturn trined Jupiter. Um, and the thing about trines is, they are helpful. They're considered the most positive of the aspects. It relates to luck, opportunities, creative flow, just, a lot of good stuff. It helps support, or it shows the support of easy flow of energy between planets. But I mean, there's, ooh, but there's also, um, the fact that because the flow is so easy, sometimes you can kind of take that energy for granted. So, if you have a trine in your chart or you're experiencing a transit, you might not necessarily even know how to jump onto those opportunities. And I feel like I definitely was feeling that because, again, it's lingering. Jupiter's is lingering in my 12th house. And, all I could think was like, well, what do I do with this? Like, how, where's this energy showing up? Because the 12th house also is where you can't see it. You have a hard time understanding your 12th house because, the first house can't see it because it's a cadent house. It's right next to it. Or, it's the house that comes before it. again, when you're in the womb, no one really, I mean, now we have technology to see what's going on in there, but even then, the amount of stories I've seen about people not realizing they were having twins because, one of the twins was hiding. We try, but that's part of why pregnancy is so dangerous because it's just so unpredictable. There's so much we don't know. There's so much we can't account for. And that's why the part of why the 12th house is such a heavy house. It's called the place of bad spirit traditionally. It relates to enemies and self-undoing. If you hold yourself back a lot, you might have some things going on with your 12th house. And I mean, hold yourself back, but I should actually say, like, if you do a lot of self sabotage, you might have some things going on with your 12th house. It relates to sickness, loss, death, um, curses, even. Also, consider how many curses are around, like pregnant women and children, trying to protect your children, trying to the evil eye to me is very 12th house coded, where it's like just the mere fact that someone can be thinking bad about you, or someone can wish you harm, or just not even wish you harm, but the mere fact that someone could literally just not want well for you, and that gives you a curse. When you think about it, that whole concept is kind of crazy. Like, just the mere not wanting you to do well is enough to put a curse on you. That's very 12th house. Um, the 12th house is a very spiritual house. It's not, I haven't really seen people use the word occult in the 12th house. They usually say that for the 8th house because it's a little bit more active, and I guess a cult is usually associated with active participation, but the 12th house is very inactive. It's a dead zone, basically. Things there, you can't see it. It's like the spot on a basketball field that the basketball field, I'm sorry, y'all. It's the spot on a basketball court that the ball just doesn't bounce. Um, or the ball goes dead, or however they put it. It's the slushy ice that these ice skaters are skating on at the Olympics right now. That's the 12th house. And also because it's so personal and so related to you and your experiences, because the 12th house also deals with banishment. Again, I chose the word solitude because for me that's what came up a lot during Saturn and Pisces. Just dealing with my experience with solitude, which is interesting because my 12th house is ruled by Gemini. So Mercury is related to my 12th house. Oh my gosh. There we go. So I'm just trying to bring up my wait. I'm trying to bring up my chart. Because I wanted to check to see if um my Mercury is aspecting my Saturn in any way. Um, I can never remember if it is, because again, I have a Sag stellium, but I have like early degree Sag placements, and then I have late degree Sag placements. Or like I have like early to middle Sag placements, and then I have late degree Sag placements, and my Pisces or my Saturn and Moon are like mid degree placements. But I think Mercury and Saturn do. So I'm trying to remember. I know my Mercury and Jupiter have aspects, but I'm trying to remember. I want to say Mercury is on like the other side of Jupiter. So I don't think it quite is close enough to aspect Saturn, I don't think, or maybe it aspects my moon. Um, I don't know, but Saturn is associated with the 12th house. Um, and I'm sure there were Mercury aspects constantly throughout, Saturn being in Pisces during this time. Um, Hold on, let me just write a note right quick because I'm gonna have to go do something. All right, I'm gonna hit you with the BRB. I'll be back. I'm back. So we were talking about Saturn in the 12th house. And, obviously during this time there were many, many Mercury transits. Mercury goes in retrograde a whole bunch of times during the year. Um, or just it goes into retrograde constantly. Um, I didn't do the math of how many times it went retrograde while Saturn was in Pisces. But I'll be honest, a lot of times when people talk about Mercury being retrograde, I feel like because my Mercury is already in detriment, um, I don't really feel it as intensely as other people do. Um, me and Mercury are kind of always not seeing eye to eye. Or just the thing about the planets is they want to express, or the planets have their interpretations based off of how people view the world, right? So because Mercury is seen as a very, again, the word mercurial comes from its Mercury associations. So, Mercury is very analytical, it's very precise, it's very either or. It doesn't really do dogma or anything like that. Mercury is extremely mutable. Not necessarily in the same ways that Jupiter is mutable. Um, as seen through the signs. But, I'm a very go big or go home kind of person. I mean, this is a long stream. If it doesn't feel long yet, I promise you it's gonna get longer because it's that Sag Mercury. It's hard for me to be concise and precise, and actually I won't say precise, but it's hard for me to not always look at the big picture, to not kind of get wrapped up in the details of things, which might sound contrary, but I feel like that's kind of the contrary nature of Sagittarius because it is, as people like to point out, the only sign with the weapon, and it's also the only sign that is both human and animal. Another thing I feel like people don't necessarily talk about when they talk about Mercury being a detriment and the difference between Gemini and Sagittarius is that Gemini is two people. Sagittarius is an amalgamation, or Sagittarius is some kind of chimera. It is both man and beast. In a way, it's giving Gemini is extremely rational and values rationality above all else. And Sagittarius represents that struggle between the rational and the irrational, instinct versus sense in a way, or reason, instinct versus reason. Um, you know, be in a way, I'm trying to think of how to express this. Kind of similar to how, in a way, my Saturn return led me to the conclusion that I really am a very time-based individual. Respecting the cycle of life and nature is very important to me. And not only is it important to me, but it is highly, it is paramount that I do what I have to do to follow the natural order of things or the natural cycles of the world, because that is what's best for not just my mental well-being and not just my bodily well-being, but also my spiritual well-being. I'm just someone that it's not just enough to believe there's a time and place for everything and that there's a time for everything and everything has its seasons, but that's just literally the way my body is built. That there's a time for everything, there's a season to everything, that I really have to follow the natural rhythms of my own physical being beyond just the theoretical rhythms of life, you know? And similar in that vein, my 12th house became very highlighted in ways that it took me some time to understand, which again makes sense. Not only is the 12th house the house that the first house can't see, but it's also where it's also opposing in whole sign all my Sagittarius placements, which is 5 planets. And that's not even getting into the objects, like my vertex is there. Um, I'm pretty sure I have some asteroids there, some stars are there, lots are there. There's a lot going on in my Sagittarius house and in my, Sagittarius placements, I guess. Sagittarius stellium. So I have, all of this going on in my sixth house, but while my first house can't really see into the 12th, everything in my sixth house can. And because Saturn is was highlighting or like countering the things in my, because Saturn was, well, in fairness, Saturn was also squaring anything in my 12th house too. I don't have any planets in the 12th house, but obviously during Gemini season, there's a lot of Gemini transits that happen. So, you know, during this time there were definitely some uh kind of like a lighthouse, you know. Usually, the 12th house relates to isolation, so I feel like working in a lighthouse would relate to the 12th house as well. And we can consider that, or we could look at it like this: during Saturn and Pisces, it was if my 12th house, the lighthouse within my 12th house, or I guess I would say it was like my 12th house became a lighthouse. And every once in a while, during certain times, there'd be like or you would just see flash. It was like a flashing began to happen. I could see the light blinking in the distance. And as Saturn reached its peak in Pisces and actually more like as Saturn started leaving Pisces, because again, it really became highlighted for me when Saturn actually hit Aries, which makes sense because Saturn, you know, started sextiling the planets in the 12th house. And I can never quite remember how sextiles work. Yeah, it's a comfortable collaboration. But, kind of going back to everything is about timing. Pisces is so kind of hard to fathom, and especially trying to do the hard work of figuring out, like, again, what is really going on here in the 12th house. Once Saturn shifted into Aries, everything just became so clear. I was like, oh, that's what's up. Like, word. And it was, oh my gosh, it was so brief too. I think it only lasted, what, a month? Saturn being in Aries, maybe 2 months, maybe a month and a half. It was a very brief window. Oh, no, no, no. I forgot. It was from May. uh, It was so interesting. It was literally when May ended into the beginning of September. So like almost exactly 3 months of Saturn being in Aries. Oh wow. I forgot that. Yeah. So basically for the summer, Saturn and Aries happened over the course of the summer. Um and honestly, yeah. Now that I'm doing some math, y'all. Um Yeah, so interesting. But yeah, you know, the 12th house is still the 12th house. It's just hard to really get a grasp on the things that are happening there. But when Saturn shifted into Aries, it was like the clarity came in. And then, it went back into Pisces, but again, that beacon was already lit. The lighthouse had already turned on. And so as we started getting closer to Saturn leaving Pisces for good, I was like, I have to change a lot. Like there are just certain things I just literally couldn't do anymore. Like certain relationships I couldn't, keep up with. Just certain I'm saying relationships, but more like just certain people I couldn't stand anymore. Certain situations, I was like, I'm never going through that again. That was, that was ghetto. That was some malarkey. Um, certain situation, or I think I already said that, but like certain, jobs even, I was like, it's nice to be paid and make money, but is it worth it? And I kind of settled on, you know, solitude being the word of the day for the 12th house, or like the word for the experience. Because the thing that really clicked for me was that, yes, I like, I used to think I was a very lonely person, and I feel like part of the reason why I ended up in some of the situations I did and around the people I was around was because I was like projecting this image of like loneliness. But it never quite felt right. And like, the 12th house often relates to self help in a way, mental health. And so there's all these things people talk about and ways they were describing their experience with like loneliness and self-esteem and ego and all this stuff, and I just didn't relate to it. But the way people interacted with me and talked to me was as if I could, or like I should be able to understand what they were talking about and understand the way they were like responding to me or treating me. And I'm like, I just literally don't get it. And it reached the point where I was like, I literally just didn't understand any of it. I didn't understand the people I was around. I didn't understand our relationship. My relationship to certain people just didn't make sense anymore. I almost felt crazy, and it really culminated in November. And again, going back to Saturn doesn't necessarily rule the 12th house. It's just kind of where it's comfortable. However, from like October to November, I think we had a retrograde in Scorpio. We had a Mercury retrograde in Scorpio. Now, I mentioned in whole sign, my house is, or I mentioned in whole sign, obviously all my Sag placements are in the sixth house, my Sag house. But in Placidus, almost all my Sag placement, yeah, all my Sag placements are in the fifth house, my Scorpio house. And Scorpio trines Pisces. Um, and I'm trying to think. I feel like usually when I'm having, or there are Scorpio transits, the planets are usually in my fifth house. I don't think they really go into my fourth house much. So, everything was in my fifth house during this time, and it was trining Saturn. And so, in a way, I feel like that moment connected, even though there wasn't an actual, like, any aspecting happening to my 12th house. Just the fact that Mercury was finally in a position that could kind of relate to Saturn, I guess, what was going on, which, makes sense. Mercury is a messenger. Once Mercury was in a position to deliver the message, it was like, boom. Like, I just, like, honestly, it was an experience I've never had before. Like, I was just done. I was like, I'm not putting up with this stuff anymore. I was so angry, disappointed, running the gambit of all the emotions and feelings. I was like, too many things are clicking, too many things are making sense. I couldn't, the lighthouse was lit. I couldn't ignore certain things anymore. And a big thing for me, it's a bit nerdy, but a turning point for me was really like I went to Rise's concert in New York. Like literally I started off the month like I'm just gonna be different. I'm like a new person. And in a way making the conscious decision to change certain things about myself, but also in a way, again, going back to timing, it was just a natural progression. Everything felt so natural. It felt so natural, it was unnatural, if that makes sense, which is very Piscean. Um, it was like all the lessons of Saturn finally like settled into my body, and I was finally the person that crossed the threshold of Saturn, of the Saturn return, if that makes sense. Um, like, or it was okay. Like I made the joke about the Saturn midterms. I feel like even though I was talking about the Saturn midterms, I'd actually already taken the midterm. I feel like that was the moment I took the midterm, which again, in a way, is very Mercury, very Gemini coded, taking a test and, passing with flying colors. Um, being a student, I finally felt like a student of Saturn. And I was like, I'm, listening to teacher. I'm actually like, I really did learn. Um, I went to the Rise concert. I had a great time. Some a bit later, Rise released their Fame EP, and I just remember listening to it and being so happy and being like, yeah, all I need is this. I don't need other people. Like, I don't really need a relationship, but like across the board, like I don't need people. Like, I felt like, you know, in a way, I think Saturn returns are like the turning point. Um, I mentioned earlier looking at Libra, Saturn and Libra to get an idea on Saturn and Aries. But w- I noticed when I was looking at Saturn and Virgo, for me, that was kind of a turning point. That was when I was, you know, when Saturn was in Leo, I'll be honest, I was on a high. I feel like I was truly like that was the most me I've been. Like that was kind of peak me when Saturn was in Leo. A lot of things happened. It was a lot like th- there were certain events that kind of led to even my understanding of, or I guess my processing of Saturn and Pisces and just where I am now. Because again, life is basically a circle. You continue to deal with things in life until they're dealt with. So, a common, and we'll get into it a bit later, but I already brought it up, so we'll talk about it now. Like, a common theme in my life has basically been in keeping to our current topic of solitude. A common theme in my life has basically been the fact that I am very much okay alone. I like people, I like to be around people. I'm a very loving person, I'm very loyal. There really isn't much of anything I wouldn't do for the people I care about, and even people I don't care about. I just, I'm a firm believer. Again, I'm a quintuple Sag. I don't need to like you to wish well for you. I don't need to like you, even need to respect you to treat you well. Um, because again, like I'm a very honest person, and honestly, there are a lot of people I don't like and I don't respect, but they're human. They're living beings. They're people. A very, very sore point for me is dehumanization. I don't like when people dehumanize others. I obviously don't like being dehumanized. I believe in the sanctity of life, basically. Um, I think there is a sacredness in everyone. I mean, I am Christian, I was raised Christian, and I personally think that part of the whole, Father God and the Holy Spirit thing is to emphasize that within all living beings, there is a sacredness, there is a spirit, there is something you are meant to respect and protect. So, yeah, I don't need to like someone to be kind to them. I'm not always going to be nice, you know. And also, I'm human. I have a mean streak just like everyone. I can be uh not a great person just like everyone. And again, I'm a quintuple Sag. I'll be a little bit ignorant sometimes. I can't even lie. There's a lot of things I don't know about the world. Um, a lot of things I don't know about people. And I'll probably never know. And I'm probably gonna say some ignorant things every once in a while because again, it's literal. I'm being literal. I don't know a lot. I'm ignorant to a lot. But again, I'm not gonna be mean to folk. I'm not gonna be unkind, unless you do something real, real raggedy. And even then, it's still going to be out of kindness, though, because I believe that boundaries and self respect is how you respect others. Like, if I didn't care about you, I would just let you flounder in the world and suffer all the consequences of your actions. But I feel like we don't always have to suffer the consequences of our actions. We could just experience consequences. I don't necessarily, I'm not into that whole like revenge thing. And I'm gonna be honest, that's just exhausting. It's an exhausting way to live. It's an exhausting way to, it's exhausting to try to plan all that stuff. Like, it's just exhausting. So, yeah. Um, you know, I was a very self-assured kid. I was raised in a big family, so I actually came to really like having quiet time and alone time because that meant had time to myself and to be myself and be by myself. Um, and especially, I had to kind of deal with the fact and accept where some of my comfort with solitude and also my insecurities around being alone came from because as I had to be comfortable alone. I had to be secure in myself and protect my self-image and self-worth because at a very young age people just were beefing with me and having issue with me. The 12th house relates to dreams, and my first memory is of a dream I had of an encounter with some kind of being or entity, which I feel like I've talked about before, and I won't go into the details, but just because this isn't that kind of stream. But basically, I was being antagonized by something, and I had to protect myself and a sibling from this thing that was ultimately came to just kind of be a jerk and antagonistic. Like there's no other way to put it. It was a very comical dream. And I stopped calling it like I used to say, "Oh, my first memory was a nightmare." But that wasn't accurate. My first memory was literally just a dream. And I recently remembered in this dream I wasn't depowered or anything like that. Which is funny because I was 2 years old when I had this dream. And even as a 2 year old, I was very self assured and very confident and combative. I basically told it what it could do with itself. And, where I'd put my fist, you know, how I would handle it, and, talking back to it. But it's things like that and experiences like that make it a little bit difficult to relate to people, especially as you get older. Like other kids weren't having spiritual dreams from a young age, from a young age. At least, other kids that I knew, other kids were just living very different lives from me. They weren't noticing the things I was noticing. They weren't seeing the things I was seeing. They weren't having the experiences I was having. I always felt older than the people around me, even some of the adults. Like, even as a child, there were just certain things I was predicting and things I knew. Um, I was just very observant. And because of my ability to be observant, I was learning a lot more than I probably should have about people in life from a young age. And it was a very isolating experience. And it eventually reached a point where it was like a stack of things happened, which I'm also now realizing because part of having so much mutability in my chart and being so Jupiter heavy, and even the influence of the moon is usually when things happen in my life, it doesn't happen. There's not a lot of one off things happening in my life. It's usually a stack of things that happen and then like silence. Which kind of goes into the solitude too. Like I go through periods of having a lot of activity and then absolutely nothing, which makes sense because it's exhausting. And need a lot of time alone. I need a lot of time to myself because when it rains, it pours. And it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's just if a lot of things are happening and you got to deal with a lot, you're going to need a lot of time to just dial back and reflect and process it. And I realized that that was the part I was kind of trying to skip because, again, it was very different than how the people around me were living and live their lives. They just kind of, it seems like they're, just kind of going through life and life happens. But it's like, no, I need a break from life every once in a while. And not even every once in a while. I need a lot of breaks from life and they need to be long. I can't always be on the go. I'm just not built for that. That's not my experience. And again, I have all these experiences that are both physical and metaphysical. And that's a very hard thing for people to relate to and understand. Like, people have struggled to understand that I'm religious, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, I'm not spiritual, just because people don't understand how I practice, you know, my own practices. I wasn't raised in denominational churches. Um, my parents aren't even from the same denomination, though they were raised in denominational churches. Um, and also again, I'm black, I'm a woman, I'm queer. I just have a very different relationship with a lot of things than other people. I'm disabled, I'm autistic. I literally move through the world differently than a lot of folks. I'm physically disabled, I'm learning disabled. Like, it's a lot going on. It's always a lot going on. And, this has been the case since I was a child. So, since a young age, I had to learn to get comfortable with being alone. And, just certain things came to me as, Saturn moved through Pisces. And I had to really just kind of let the memories come and let my understanding of events transform and let them just kind of take them for what they were rather than trying to ascribe meaning to it. Just letting it exist and, kind of letting the feeling happen and taking meaning from the feelings. Because how, accepting that how I felt was how it was received, if that makes sense, or how I received the situation was the truth. Um, and having to be comfortable with that. And all that kind of culminated into me, saying bye to a lot of folks, not just bye to Saturn, Saturn and Pisces. No, I had to let a lot of folks go. I had to let a lot of relationships go. I had to let a lot of ideals go. I had to let a lot of ideals for relationships go. A big thing that I've not talked about, but kind of hinted at over the course of these streams and videos is the fact that even like my relationship to gender and sexuality changed. My understanding of those things changed. And I still can't exactly say in what ways because I'm still working through it. Again, life is e- about the timing, and I'm not really interested in trying to like write a book about any of this, you know? I'm not really interested in being like a sex and gender studies person. So it's just things I've been working through personally for my own understanding and my own way of making sense of the world. Um, because again, going back to solitude in the 12th house and things that are unseen and things that are unknown to us, you know, just because you don't see something doesn't mean you aren't experiencing it. And I feel like Saturn and Pisces, if certain things finally click to me that, oh, I'm experiencing this, like, oh, this is my reality. Um, and finding comfort in the discomfort and being comfortable with the fact that I can, in fact, find comfort in the discomfort. But we've been on here long enough. Let's move on. I could honestly talk about this forever. Um, oh, there you go. Yeah, next is community, 11th house. Community was a big thing for me. Obviously, uh, the 11th house is also associated with Jupiter, place considered the place of good spirit. Um, and it's interesting. For me, I always like I'm quite fond of Taurus and Taurus energy, the sign of Taurus. It's a sign I'm really keen on. I really like Tauruses. I like seeing people out in the world with Taurus placements. They're just fascinating to me. It's an energy that is so different from my own, which makes sense as a Sag. And because I'm such a curious person, and also, my moon is in Pisces, so my moon sextiles Taurus. Jupiter was in Taurus during this time, you know, or was it? I feel like it did kind of start off in Taurus by the time Pisces or Saturn went into Pisces. But like I realize that when it comes, because of my relationship with Taurus and Taurus energy, I always build a lot of hopes around Taurus transits and like Taurus themes. And I realize this also relates to the 11th house for me. I build a lot of hope on the 11th house, which again makes sense. It's across the fifth house, and my fifth house is loaded, um, especially in sidereal um charts. Because in sidereal charts, I do have some Scorpio placements. Um, but again, my Jupiter is in opposition of the 11th house. So I be building castles in the sky. And I really had to sit and get, excuse me, serious about the fact like I say I want community, I want to be in community with people, but let's be so for real. What does that look like? What does it mean? What does it mean when I'm saying that? And what is community? I've bounced around a lot of different groups. I've bounced around a lot of different places. I've never really had necessarily, I can't say that, but like basically the last time I really had a community was um when I was a kid, just 'cause when you're military, there's kind of inbuilt community and people are much more community minded. And when we moved back to the US and we left that, people in the US are quite, um, basically, at least from what I experienced, if you're not from a place, and mind you, we moved back to the US like late 2000s. So this also was like late 2000s America, right? So people, and again, we moved to like a small town and we were in the South. People are very suspicious of you if you're not from a place and born and raised a place. People are always asking who are your people, and if you don't have answers for them, they're like, "Well, we don't know what to do with this. We don't know what to do with you." Um, and it really kind of cemented in my mind, and I know for me this is going to be a ongoing theme going past Saturn and Pisces. But it became highlighted during Saturn and Pisces that like, oh, this is a problem in my life. This is or not necessarily a problem, but like this is a thing in my life. Um, of just being like, you know what, I do want community, but what community do I want? Because again, like I would basically just kind of join anywhere. If I got an invitation, I would take it. But now I'm like, actually, actually, I don't want to take just any job. Actually, I don't want to be friends with just anybody. I don't want to be in just any space. Especially if those spaces aren't very agreeable to me. If those spaces aren't very kind, if they're not very welcoming, actually, or even if those spaces are not generous. Um, a big thing that came up for me was I have a Capricorn Venus. People always joke about the fact that Capricorn Venuses give the best gifts. And it's true. I love giving gifts, but I also love receiving gifts. It's about uh I don't want to say it's like a tit for tat thing, but it's about seeing the other person. Like not to brag or anything, but I know I give good gifts. Like, more often than not, people enjoy the things I give them because I put a lot of thought into them. I pay attention to what people are saying, I pay attention to what people like, and I get them what they need. I get them what they. Honestly, I don't give people what they want. I give them what they need. Um, and I don't necessarily mean that in the sense of like, oh, if you need a new water bottle, I'm gonna get you a new water bottle and be happy with that because you need this. You don't need the, I don't know, the bracelet that you wanted. I don't mean that. I mean, I noticed you need a water bottle and I got you that. And I got you the bracelet because again, my Sag Mars is conjunct that Cap Venus, so I can't help it. I'm gonna go above and beyond because of that Sag influence, and also Cap Venus is still being influenced by a Pisces Saturn. But I notice and I care. I care that you're hydrated. I want you to be well and healthy. And again, this is also all in my sixth house too. So this is so on brand for my chart though, y'all. But yeah, like I want you to be happy and healthy. I want you to be hydrated. So I'm gonna get you the water bottle that I noticed you need a new one. It's gonna be in your favorite color. It's gonna be the type of water bottle you like. And around the lid of that water bottle is going to be your bracelet because you told me you wanted the bracelet, and it wouldn't be fair of me to just get you the water bottle out just because I decided to get you a water bottle and not get you the bracelet. You said you wanted the bracelet. I'm going to get you the bracelet. Like, that's just the way I am. That's the way my brain works. However, now I'm like, that's not enough though. It's not enough for me to be the person that's always given the thoughtful gifts. I want thoughtful gifts too. Um, and now a thing I'm really working on is finding the balance. Because I am I am a bit much. I know this about myself. I know I could do too much. I could be a bit much. I'm a very intense person. Again, something I notice as well as Saturn was transiting Pisces was my sidereal chart started making more sense, which is ironic because sidereally, I actually have an Aquarius Saturn and an Aquarius moon. And my sun, Mercury, Jupiter? No. Yeah, my sun, Mercury, Jupiter, Mars, maybe? No, not Mars. Yes, Mars? Yes. No. My sun, Jupiter, Mercury, I think. I feel like I'm missing a planet. What's all over? Pluto. My sun, Mercury, Jupiter, Pluto are Scorpio. My Mars is still Sag, though, I think. And my Venus becomes Sag. No, my Mars, I think, is also Scorpio. My Venus becomes Sag. I feel like there's some planet that is still Sag, but everything else becomes Scorpio. So maybe it is my Mars, but that doesn't make sense. Anyways, I think like my Sag planets become Scorpio. My Mars is a Sag sign. No, that's it. My Mars is still Sag. Yes. Okay, I did get that right. My Mars is still okay, I got it. My Venus becomes that's the planet I was missing. My Venus becomes Sag. My Mars is still Sag. Everything else becomes Scorpio, and I'm still a Cancer rising. There we go. but I started making more sense of my chart under that, or from that angle, I guess, from that perspective. Um, I guess kind of accepting that I am a bit of a unintentional outsider. Um, which again makes sense. I am very comfortable being alone. I'm not really discomforted by isolation or silence, and in fact, I crave it. And it's kind of funny leading up to Saturn and Pisces, I kept trying to get myself into like retreats. I seriously considered becoming a nun. Like I didn't want to be around people. I was tired of, or it's not even I was tired of people things like I wanted to be isolated. Um, I just wanted quiet and aloneness and stillness. Um, and I feel like that's probably something I'm gonna struggle with for, you know, or actually I shouldn't say that because it's actually not even really a struggle anymore. It was something I struggled with, but now it's just something I know about myself, I should say. But also I know that aspect of me, the fact that I am so okay being alone to the point where I'm more than willing to let go of people, even, if I really care about them, even if I love them. Because, in the latter half of Saturn and Pisces, the people I said bye to, some of them I was like, I don't want to, but I have to, for my good, for your good. I feel like if you can't be nice to someone, if you can't be kind, if you can't communicate, if you can't be honest, if you can't even be, confrontational with each other, like if y'all can't have difficulties, if you can't have those difficult conversations, then it's probably time to let the relationship go. You know, Relationships are built for a relationship to be stable. It needs to be able to withstand some disagreement. Like if y'all can't disagree in a healthy way, if you can't show your full range of emotions, you probably should say bye. You know, is not very healthy to be passive aggressive and to just not communicate healthily. Like, obviously, that's gonna kill a relationship. I don't know what to say. Um, and I realize that having good relationships is important to me, but because of my intensity, there's a certain level of ability I need in my relationships, even on like a minor level or like a minor scale. The 11th house does rule casual relationships and friendships. Um, and I realize that even like for what I consider casual is not necessarily what the people I've been seeking out or the people I've been putting myself around consider casual. It's still sometimes a little much for people. Or how they were being casual. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. To me, that's not casual at all. That's like disrespectful. There was just a lot of uh disconnect, a lot of just not being able to meet in the middle, not being able to see eye to eye and like relate to each other. I was like, something's got to give. And so I decided me would give. And I got up out of there. um But, I was like, okay, now what? And so I'm kind of now in the now what phase of like, okay, now I really, and it's funny because all throughout Saturn being in Pisces, I kept getting the message of figure out what you want, figure out what you want, figure out, you know, generally, generally speaking, what do you want? What do you want in life? What do you want to do? What kind of relationships do you want to have? Who do you want to be with? Who do you want to be around? you know and I kept being like, but I know what I want. I know what I want. I don't understand, why isn't anything working? Why aren't things coming, into fruition? Why aren't certain things moving?" And it was like, cuz I didn't want that. I was putting up with it. If you got to put up with something, you don't want it. I had to figure that out. Like, oh wait, if I'm just tolerating something, it's not because I want it in my life. I don't actually want to be around that. I'm tolerating it. Tolerance is not the same thing as love. Wow, that's crazy. And being around people and being in groups and being in spaces where people love what they're doing and I love what they're doing and they love what I'm doing and I love what I'm doing 10,000 times better. I talk about this here in this part. I'll probably bring it up at the end again too, hopefully, just in case people just want to get to that part. But I kind of completely rewrote, in a sense, my plans, my projects. I had a lot of things I was working on and building towards, and then I was like, actually no, because I don't want to do this. I don't like the people that do this. I've never really had good experiences when I've tried to join spaces where people do this. What am I doing? And so I got rid of some of my social media, and I'm trying to be better about just purging my entire social media existence. There's so many accounts I don't have anymore because I'm always changing who I am too. That's another thing. I'm always in constant transition, which again makes sense. Taurus 11th house, Scorpio 5th house. With Pluto in it, I'm always transforming. And I'm a Cancer rising with a Pisces moon in the ninth house. I'm always trying to elevate. I'm always trying to change who I am. I'm always gaining new information and trying to, not even trying. Because again, I realized I was trying too hard. Trying was the issue. I kept trying, but when you're doing what you're supposed to do, it just flows. It's so easy. And I kept trying things when I should have just been doing things. Um, and so I kept trying to do certain things and trying to change, but instead of just letting myself change and letting myself be different, but in letting myself change and be different, now I'm moving into different spaces and I'm trying different things and I'm meeting different people and I'm having to, just be kind of new and be in new environments and find new community and even changing my ideals around community and not even changing necessarily, but just being more solid too. I mean, yeah, Saturn was in Pisces, but Saturn is still about stability. There are different kinds of foundations. Think about Japan and how they build buildings to tolerate the sway of an earthquake so they don't break apart. Or think about, you know, like Thailand, where you could find houses that are built with a raised foundation because of flooding. Excuse me. There's all kinds of foundations. They all offer a type of stability. Pisces Saturn includes that. So just trying to figure out what my foundation is, what my stability is, and building towards that for my community. And to a degree, there are certain things I already had in place, which, we're we gonna get into it. Let me flip to the next slide. 10th house authority. That was a big one for me. Realizing I have so much more authority than I realize, which makes sense because again, I've already talked about people been beefing with me since I was two, literally. People been beefing with me since I was born. I'm not gonna get into those stories. I'm gonna respect some people's privacy. But there are even some family stories about people beefing with me since I was a baby. Um, and then there's my own lived, well, I guess I was alive too when I was a baby, but there's the things I remember from childhood, like again that dream of some kind of weird ghostly entity trying to tell me about myself. And again, I really wish I could get into the details of this dream, but it's so specific to me. If I explained it, it would literally dox myself, so I'm not going to do that. But it was a very true to me dream, I guess you could say. And it honestly just continued from there. People constantly trying me, and I could never figure out why. And it reached a point where, and actually I have a poem that I wrote in like high school or so, where I talk about wanting to be in a relationship with someone that would soften my edges because I felt so hard and just jagged. And I used to use that kind of imagery in my poetry a lot when I was younger, of talking about, like my Icarus poem of leaping towards the sky off a cliff and falling into jagged rocks and being lacerated by the sea and the stone. And I had a poem about, being with someone that would soften all my hard edges and just make me feel like, smooth and gentle and sweet. And realizing as Saturn began to leave Pisces, that was all malarkey. Honestly, like it was all a lie. There's really no other way to put it. It was nonsense. It was projection, but not my projection. It was my response to others' projections on me. Because I have a Cancer rising, my 10th house is Aries. And I do have a Sag Mars. So that Aries 10th house is influenced by a Sag Mars, which is influenced by a Sag Jupiter. And this is where my nodes are. And during this time, of course, as I think happens during everyone's Saturn return, I think there was a nodal shift. And Libra was in the South Node, and the North Node was in Aries. And I'll be honest, I don't quite know enough about the nodes to really speak to exactly how the transit was working in my chart. I can only really speak to my experience and mention that this is a thing that happened. So maybe people that actually know astrology and understand it can speak to it. And maybe point me to some resources that'll help me understand, preferably resources that aren't over $150, please. I am uh you know y'all have seen the chart. I have a lot of sag. Y'all know I don't be holding on to money like that. Um, I get it. I spend it. Money is for using. Anyways, um, but I had to, and also I had some uh what's the word? I had some outside Aries ex- influences going on at this time too. I had some interactions with Aries. You know, my brother-in-law is an Aries, very funny guy. Oh, I love my brother-in-law. He's so funny, y'all. He's just I'm gonna be honest. I have always loved Aries. Aries have always been either my besties or my arch nemesis with no in between. Um, I adore them even when they hate me. And honestly, them hating me just makes me like them more. I'll be honest, I understand why some Aries don't like me because I can be a little bit toxic. I can be a little bit toxic. I'm just like, we are twin. Why are you beefing with me, twin? Like, twin. Where have you been? Like, I be irritating them bad, and I literally can't help it. Like, I'm sorry. I was literally raised like this. Like, I don't my mama the same way. Which makes sense. My mom almost has my exact chart in reverse, y'all. She a Gemini, I'm a Sag, she a Capricorn rising, I'm a Cancer rising. We both got a Pisces moon. Let's not get too into it though. But like that's the lady that raised me and she raised me to bully Aries with love cuz that's the exact same thing she does. Um but yeah, I don't know what to say. I love Aries. I love Aries energy. Every time Aries season comes around, I'm like popping off. I'm like I can't get enough of it. I love it. I just if y'all think that I like Taurus, because I do. I love Tauruses. They fascinate me. I'm inspired by Tauruses. Like I read the Share book. Um, I can't help it. Don't jump me, y'all. But Jay Park, he. I don't know what it is, but I'm like he just intrigues me so much. Like I don't know. I don't know if I want to get in his mind. I don't know if I want to be his friend. I don't know if I want to be his manager. Like there's just something about him. There's something about Tauruses that I'm like, I want to take you and keep you and put you on my shelf and in my pocket and take you for like on trips and we could go to the park and we could go have a lot of fun. We could go get ice cream. We could go to the movies. Like we could go to, I don't know. I just, Tauruses, I want to be your friend so bad. But I know Tauruses find me very overwhelming because I'll be doing a lot and too much. But I do got a Cancer rising. So I like to take naps too, Taurus. Don't be scared. Am I gonna go on, like, am I a go getter, world traveler, you know, let's go on a hike kind of person? Yes, but it's like in a chill country way. Like, I'm still a country girl, not even at heart. I literally was raised in the country for the majority of my life. Like, and I lived kind of rural for a little bit too. So, like, I like to do a lot, and my personality is a lot. But I don't necessarily do too much. I do exactly what's needed for the moment, you know? And that's the thing that not to get jumped by y'all cuz I know y'all like to fight and tussle and stuff like that. But like y'all could maybe if you weren't so prejudiced against people like me that do a lot and too much, but got a lot of love in their heart and just want to love on you, you would learn a little something about me, about you know, living life and getting out there and doing things. that's just my appeal to Tauruses. But now back to Aries, who I also love and adore. Um, Again, Aries energy, I love it. Can't get enough of it. I eat it up like candy. Um, I pop it like mini M&Ms, which y'all don't know because y'all don't know me, but I am addicted to mini M&Ms. It's a good thing they're so hard to find. I'd be eating them like crack. They're so good. Um, I'm sorry. Now all I can think about is mini M&Ms and M's and how I want some so bad, but I shouldn't and I can't and I won't get any because again, they're like crack cocaine to me. I need them. That's how I feel about Aries. All that to say, I love them so much. Like I shouldn't say like crack cocaine. That's a bit much. I don't like them that much. I'm be honest. Because again, they're still ruled by Mars. They a little bit much. I love them, but I stopped talking to many Aries because I'm like, what is wrong with you? It reaches a point where you gotta be like, girl, get it together. Boy, what are you doing? Is this really how you plan to live? You really want to go through life like this, like a hard-headed little baby toddler at your grown big age? I get tired of them. I'm gonna be honest. People with Aries placements, they irritate me a little bit, but I do love them. I feel like when it comes to the fire signs, we're family. That's how I feel about them. Like we're family. We're all brother, sister, cousin, uncle, aunt, all that good stuff. Never husband, wife though. Never that. Cause I got enough me. I don't need more me. I'm saying that, but I don't know. I've been considering I've been considering other Sages. I can't lie. Anyways, that's not even related to this. I'm sorry. I got so so off base, y'all. My bad. Let me get back on track. 10th house. Authority. All this to say something about these Aries transits during Saturn and Pisces. And I don't know if maybe it's because Saturn was aspecting my Mars. I don't think it does because again, I have a very late Mars and a very middling Saturn. Slightly late Saturn, but not late enough that they would aspect each other. Um, so it had to have been some of the transits going on. Um, but I didn't think to take notes of the transits as they were happening because I knew I wanted to just experience the moment and then look back on everything to not to not like cloud my own perceptions of the experience. Like I just wanted to experience it. I got Saturn in the ninth house. I was like, this is going to be about the experience. I just wanted to let the lessons happen, learn what I needed to learn, and really soak in the things I did well. And I feel like for me, that was the 10th house. That was when it really clicked for me. I have authority. Like, I am someone who talks with a lot of authority, not because I mean to, it's just the natural tone of my voice. It really, uh, you know, I keep saying clicked, but it did. It was like things just really fell into place during Saturn and Pisces. Like it really just settled in me that like, yeah, I am just someone that people look up to as an authoritative figure and I just have to rock with it. And I'll be honest, that's made me uncomfortable for most of my life. Cause again, going back to that people be beefing with me, didn't matter if they were grown or children, people were just beefing with me. However, like even dogs, the neighborhood dogs would try to beef with me. And there's just so many instances in my life where I had to put people in their place, adults, other kids. animals, you know, like especially I remember this dog our neighbors had, and the dog was a terror. It would always bark at people from the fence. It would be lunging at people. And this is when I was like young, like elementary school age. And then one day I just had enough. And I went up to the dog and I like barked back at it. And it never bothered me again. And it was so sweet to me after that. And I don't know, like, I don't know what exactly happened because I really don't think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe me talking to the dog and the way it was talking to me, it was like a mirror, and the dog was like, "Dang, I sound like that," and I was like, "Yeah, you sound like that." And after that, we were good. We were Gucci. I could pet the dog and all that stuff, and never bothered me again. But like that was just a constant thing in my life. Basically, people barking at me and me having to bark back. But again, something happened when Saturn was in Virgo, which I started getting into, but I didn't finish talking about. It's basically when Saturn hit Virgo, there were so many things that came natural to me and so many things that are just natural and inherent to who I am that I was like, maybe I need to change this. Because, when Saturn was in Leo, I was on one, y'all. I was a menace. Um, and then Saturn hit Virgo and some things happened. I was like, well, maybe this is punishment for how I acted when Saturn was in Leo. Maybe I did too much. But now, after Saturn's been in Pisces again, I'm like, actually, I was right. In fact, I didn't do enough. I should have done more. I should have really stood more on business. Um, like when Saturn was in Virgo, there was this girl that tried to steal my friend group and my best friend, and she stole my first Neopets account, which is interesting. Um, for some reasons I won't get into, but it's also been interesting how certain things have come around, not necessarily in the same ways, like Neopets becoming a thing again. Um, Lord of the Rings, becoming like a prominent thing again in my life during Saturn and Pisces after. Anyways, um yeah, interesting. But yeah, she locked me out of my Neopets account and I had to make a new one. Like she not even locked me out. She stole my account. Again, because she was mad that I was already friends, mind you. She was a new girl. Like I already had my friend. I already had this friend group. And then she came in and tried to take over. And, some things happened and it led to her not having a great time, you know, and she tried to get me in trouble for that too. Even though everything that transpired was because she was just not a nice person. She was very mean. She was very rude. She didn't just do things to hurt me, she did things to hurt everyone else too, which is why no one cared what happened to her. Because, like, she wasn't very nice. She just, received the consequences of her actions for picking on someone and, making fun of them. And again, like, a thing about me, I do not like bullies. I have no tolerance, not even a low tolerance. I have no tolerance for bullying. Which, kind of going back to the community thing, I really don't like when people let certain behavior go unchecked in their communities. If you're gonna invite me into a friend group, don't invite me into a friend group that has like abusers in it. I'm not about that. I will call it out. I will not tolerate it. I will exclude those people. I have a no, I don't I'm an American. I don't uh negotiate with terrorists. you know, I love my freedom and my rights, and you know, I don't kowtow to nonsense people that do nonsense things. That's just not gonna happen. And don't ask me twice, and don't ask me three times. So yeah, this girl was wildin', and I didn't do what I normally do. And that's the thing. And that's where the Pisces Saturn lesson came in, where I had to learn how to properly see the situation for what it really was. Because basically, what happened was she was spreading lies about a girl that we were friends with, a girl in our friend group, which was all girls. Because I that's a whole nother discussion for another video and or stream. But she was spreading rumors about her. And so instead of doing what I normally do and keep things quiet and try to handle things in a very low key and polite and very soft way, I was like, nah. Oh, girl, did you hear about this? Did you hear about what so and so was saying about you? And I let the group know too. I was like, "Oh, she been talking trash about so and so. What like what has she said to you about other people?" And just basically helping people piece together the pieces that she was going around being shady. And again, usually this is something I would do quietly or subtly. Um, if I notice wrongdoing, I will, or even like have bring people together, have them sit down and talk about it. Like, so I heard you said this about so, like basically playing counselor for for everyone. And I wasn't doing that this time. I was feeling myself. I was a fifth grader. I was getting my big girl chest in, wearing bigger shoes, using deodorant. Actually, I don't think I was using deodorant yet. Or maybe I was. I don't know. Either way, my hormones were coming in, and I was like, I'm a big girl now. Well, not an adult, but like I'm a big kid. I'm about to be a teenager. I'm hitting those double digits. You can't tell me nothing. And so, things kind of escalated, and I didn't de-escalate like I usually do. Which again kind of goes back to the whole solitude thing, where part of the reason why I had a cycle of big things happening in life and having to go into solitude is because people would start stuff around me and I would have to fix it. And I would get so tired after fixing it, I would just stop interacting with people and I wouldn't talk to them again. And I would like basically lose all my friends because something big would happen. And sometimes people coming for me, and sometimes actually like just fights in the friend group. And I'd be like, I am a child. I am not a licensed therapist. Why are, y'all making me do this work for you? I'm not doing it. And I would just abandon, those groups because like I'm a child. I'm not a licensed professional. If you have beef with Becky Sue, tell Becky Sue you got beef and leave me out of it. Like I'm not your mom. I'm not here for all this. So instead of doing that, I said, I don't gotta be your mama, but you know what? I'll be your friend. I'll be your advisor. I'll be whatever you need me to be. Um, however you want to handle this. And I just let people go and I let people do their thing and I didn't do anything to stop it. And she got an injury because the girl fought her. And then she tried to get me in trouble for it though and say that I orchestrated everything. And obviously, that is not really easy to prove in the court of a principal's office. So the principal was like, it's like you was talking cash crazy. The other girl found out about it and she told you up. And the girl had to be like, yeah, that's exactly what happened, but it's Whalien's fault because it's Whalien's fault. She made her do this, and it's like, I am not God. I cannot stress this enough. I cannot make people do anything they aren't already doing. Like I said, maybe y'all don't want to do this. Maybe y'all want to be kind to each other. Maybe y'all want to be polite. Maybe you want to watch what you say around other folk. Maybe you want to watch what you say around me. They said nah. So things happen. But after that, I was like, well, maybe I was in the wrong. She seemed really upset and hurt, especially because the following year I saw her looking all sad and she had no friends. And then she disappeared after that because we're military and, people move around a lot. So I was like, maybe it was me. Maybe we should have done more to try to, make her a better person and not someone that is racist and homophobic, because she was also spreading rumors about a girl being gay, which even if it was true or not, we're in fifth grade. That doesn't matter. What's wrong with you? Like, none of us are dating. Like, for real, for real. Come on now. Like, she was just a terrible person. She was a terrible person. But I got that Pisces moon. I was softening up. I've always been soft, always been empathetic, derogatory, always been like, oh, maybe it is my duty to carry the burdens of the world on my shoulder. They say Jesus had a Pisces Saturn, or, a Saturn. Yeah, Jesus had a Pisces Saturn. I'd believe it because it's very much giving, just wanting good for people, wanting the best, even when people don't want good for you. Like, I cannot stress enough how this girl terrorized me. Like, she tried to literally steal my life. She even went after the boy I liked. Like, she wanted to be me so bad. And then she tried to get me in trouble when it backfired, all because I stepped back and I said, hey, if this is really what you want, go for it. Go get it. Go after the other girls and see how they're gonna treat you for treating them the way you've been treating me. Because that's another thing. I'm definitely someone that, because, I definitely grew up with that if you could take it, then take it mentality. I guess kind of tying into that turn the other cheek deal. Um, but during Saturn in Leo, I stopped turning the other cheek. I was like, Millie Rock 'em on every block. I think that was actually my slogan for a good while too. Um, I did keep threatening to fight kids behind the school in the middle of the night. Just for fun. I did a lot of things out just for fun. I also had to fight someone's dog. Again, a lot of things with dogs, which in retrospect, uh, I I guess the whole fixed star thing isn't anything to sneeze at. I have had a lot of I've I also can't stress enough how much beef I've had with dogs. Which isn't even why I'm a cat person. I just like cats. Cats don't even like me like that either. And that's another thing. Like, dogs respect me. Cats don't really like me much. Dogs are. Dogs have bad owners. That's the thing. All these dogs had owners that didn't like me. But then things would happen with their dogs, and their owners would be like, dang, well, I guess we're cool now. And I'm like, I don't want to be your friend. You're a weirdo. Anyways, that's an aside. All this to say, realizing over the course of my life, all the power struggles I've had to go through, all the unintentional beefs, people just wanting to be me, wanting to steal my life, steal my joy, people just being jealous of what I don't know. It's not like I had the most money growing up. It's not like I've had the best life experiences. Again, I cannot stress this enough. I've been terrorized by people since I was two. Like if you want that kind of life, sure, but I would honestly want better for you, and I do want better for you. And then people be mad at me for that, for wanting better for them. But like, you're right. Actually, that is a fair thing to be mad at someone for, because your life is for you. Only you know what's good for your life. So it's very audacious of me to assume that I know better than you what's good for you. So that's a fair crash out. I respect people for that. I don't respect people for being like, you know what you're talking about, and that makes me feel insecure and stupid. Then read a book. Like, come on now. Why are you mad at me? Read a book. Get a life. And I really felt that, especially near the tail end of Saturn and Pisces. I realized I was becoming so intolerant of people being nonsensical and saying nonsense. Um, people just being trifling, people being rude and abrasive and abusive and toxic. I just didn't have the tolerance for it anymore. My body literally was breaking out into hives dealing with certain people because they were just so negative. And I'm gonna be honest, I said that because I know some people it'll make them mad to be called negative people because of, like toxic positivity and all that stuff. But it's like sometimes you are just a negative Nelly and you need to grow up, which is ironic talking about Aries, But the thing is, Aries is also the grandma's the baby. Actually, no. Pisces is the grandma's the baby. Aries is the baby's the grandma. Aries is that baby's been here before. That's Aries. Aries and Libra. You know, again, I had that nodal shift. In my chart, I have a north node Libra and a south node Aries. So I have always kind of been chasing from my Aries ways. I'm always joking about the fact that I think in a past life, I was some kind of warrior who must have committed so many heinous war crimes that I'm, living the life I am now and I'm being punished with empathy and caring and people constantly asking me to protect them and being ungrateful and having to defend everyone and fight all the bullies. Like it's a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's it's a lot of work. It's work. Oh my gosh, y'all. Like it is. My life has been so much work. Like y'all don't understand when people be talking about I'm a work in progress. The Lord is working through me. The Lord is working with me. I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I've been God's strongest soldier for 30 years. I'm sick of this. I'm tired of it. I'm over it. It's not fun. It's not exciting. It's exhausting. People always say, "Oh, I want all kinds of experiences. I want to be this kind of person. I want to, people want to be a revolutionary. People want to be a warrior. People want to be a knight. People always want to be out there in the front lines defending and fighting and biting and they want to be out here raging war against all the demons of the world. No, you don't. And why do I know you don't? Because you don't do it. And you get mad at the people that do. How do I know? Because I'm that person. I am. I've always shied away from it, but I'm really not anymore. I am that person. I am that girl. Um, I just be minding my business, living my life, eating my fruit, drinking my water, trying to stay hydrated, moisturize, eating good, eating healthy, and here comes some bum on some. You're making me feel insecure right now. What do you mean if I do the things you do, my life will get better? I don't want to actually do that work. I'm gonna fight you. Why? Why do that when you could just not do that? And instead of fighting with me over the fact that I'm me and living my life and doing the things I do and it's making my life better, you do those things too. And here's the crazy thing. Sometimes people are mad because they do the things I do and life don't work out for them. And the question I have for them is, why would you do the things I'm doing for you? We're not the same person. When I look in the mirror, I see myself. Who do you see when you look in the mirror? This isn't a trick question, a genuine question. Who do you see when you look in the mirror? And if you don't see yourself when you look in the mirror, talk to that lady. Ask someone about that. There are resources out there to help you with that. And I'm really not being funny. I know I sound like I'm being funny, but I'm being so for real right now. I'm being so for real. If you look in the mirror and you don't see yourself, talk to someone about that. Phone a friend. Ask God for help. You know, me and Jesus, we ain't always on one accord, clearly, because again, I do like to fight. And it's something through Saturn and Pisces I had to accept. I am a fighter. I like to fight. I can't even really go into detail on stream or in a video or anywhere that's not a personal, private, one to one, in person conversation about how much I like to tussle. And I feel like this is something I'm going to be working through Saturn and Aries. But it's definitely something that came to light, Saturn and Pisces. I am a strong person. I have a strong personality and I am very authoritative. Um, to my detriment, honestly, because again, a lot of conflict in life. And but also a lot of it necessary, because that's just the thing. When you are someone in a position of authority, people are always going to question that authority. They're always going to test that authority. And I went through a period of time where I was letting people test me. I was letting people make me feel like maybe I was doing too much, maybe I didn't know what I was actually. I can't even lie, I never really consider myself to be someone that doesn't know what they're talking about, because I only speak when I know what I'm saying. I do a lot of thinking. I'm a very intelligent person. But I always downplayed myself, and partially just I've always been humble just naturally. I mean, again, my mom is a Gemini with the Capricorn rising. My sisters are Virgos. You know, my brother is a Gemini rising and an Aquarius. My family is full of Mars people. My family is full of Martians and Saturnians. I am like the only person outside of one other person that I know of, maybe two other people that I know of. And my dad does have a Sag placement. So, I'm very grateful and thankful for that. But again, the heavy energy in the family is Mars and Saturn and Venus too. And then here I am with my lunar Jupiter Saturn self. No Mercury. Oh, Mercury. How could I forget? Mercury is heavy in my family. Honestly, just a lot of air, you know, it's very counter. All this to say, I've had no choice but to be humble in life. My family is very humbling. Um, there's no such thing as sounding smart in my family. You just have to be smart. You can't talk your way out of things. People are gonna see right through that. So, I've really had to be on my best behavior. I've really had to do my best, try my best, be not even try, just do and be. Try do and be the best. I try my best personally in the privacy of my own company, going back to that solitude, I try my best. But out in public, I'm not allowed to try my best. I just gotta do and be the best version of myself though, because it's still mercurial. It's still fun. It's still light. But like, you know, we gotta do and be better every day. Every day's a new day to do and be a better person than you were yesterday. And some people got a problem with that. Some people, they don't like that. Um, and it's interesting. Do y'all know Sparkly Cat? Let me see if I added this in my notes. I feel it's Sparkly Cat, Sparkly, but K for cat. I found their blog recently, and they mentioned in their post about Aries South Node, Libra North Node that it can be very like rebel without a cause type energy, It could be very much people kind of just generally feeling like the world is against them with honestly no proof of it. Um, just generally feeling like uh just feeling like the outsider, always having to be the maybe the rival isn't the right turn of phrase, but like just always just being rebellious, honestly. Just very much just being rebellious all the time for any reason. Very kind of self-righteous. And I definitely felt that. Yeah, it did resonate a little bit. But no, for serious though, in the more serious way. To a degree I got it. And I will say I didn't necessarily all the way agree, or at least I should say it didn't all the way translate for me. Because again, I do have Chiron in the fourth house. Um, it's not next to my north node though, so it's a good distance, which I'm happy about. But again, I do have Chiron in the fourth. Um, and I do have the rest of my chart set up, and I do have my life experience. Because again, I really don't try. For me, I had to get so comfortable with the fact that I really don't try to be uh oppositional. I really don't try to be aggressive and overly assertive and defensive and all that stuff. And I actually realized that I'm not a defensive person. There's certain things people said about me, and I'm sure this goes into that Pisces moon being conjunct Saturn and Cancer being the rising, and the moon is a mirror. So I really had to come to terms with the fact that so much of my life is built around projections that other people were projecting onto me. And I had to find my own image again in the mirror. So, when I'm getting on people for not seeing their own face in the mirror, hello, I never talk about things that I don't know. Again, I know what I'm talking about. I've been through it too, which is why I'm like, come on, y'all, let's get it together. Cause I've been through it too. And I know some people gonna be mad about that. Like, oh, you've been through everything. Like, yeah, I have. I'm old. I don't know what to tell you. I'm an old soul. I've lived a life. I've lived all over the place. I've met all kinds of people. I've had so many experiences and I remember them all. Sometimes it's not that you haven't experienced it, it's that you don't remember that you experienced it. And Godspeed. That's not my ministry or my experience. So if that's your experience and that's your ministry, more power to you. Just tell me where I can, give my tithing so you could continue your ministry and helping those and minister to them. But that's not mine. But I really had to contend with the fact that I've dealt with a lot of projection and people projecting on me and being like, wow, this is who you are. This is when they're really saying, this is how I view you. Um, and like, oh, you think you're all this. You think you know that. You know, just people and like, and again, certain things really, and it's so interesting. I need to find again the things people were saying about that transition or like that brief moment Saturn was in Aries, because I feel like even though Saturn left Pisces, that's when all the clarity came. And then when Saturn went back into Pisces, that's when I had to actually act on the clarity, if that makes sense. Because Saturn and Aries, there were some situations and some things people said when I was like, oh, you've been trying to hurt me. Like you've been trying to be slick. You've been trying to be shady. Oh, noted. Noted. Okay, my bad. I am autistic, so I didn't catch that at all. Saturn, Pisces, Pisces moon, they're conjunct. I'm a very loosey goosey, dreamy girl. I'm always wanting and wishing the best for people, and I forget that not everyone does that. Some people genuinely want to harm you. It's not a mistake, and that really cemented in my head. Like I have had to be aggressive because a lot of people are aggressive with me. Like, I used to think I was defensive. I'm not defensive. I was very reactive. So a lot of times when I thought, oh, maybe I'm being too defensive, maybe no, I was reacting to something. It's like when people say reactive abuse isn't really a thing because if you're being abused and you react to that, it's not abuse because there's the actual set term and methodology to abuse, like there are abusers and then there are abused people. And sometimes abused people go on to abuse other people, but like you can't abuse your abuser. That's not how that works. Abusers are just abusers. And sometimes, kind of like, when I let that girl, when Saturn was in Leo, experience the fruition of her seeds being planted over the course of the year. When I just, instead of trying to tend that tree for her, I let her tend it herself and I let her receive that fruit instead of helping her in that or- orchard, when I let her receive the fruit of the tree she planted, with no help from me. She got her stuff rocked. Her socks got rocked right off of her feet. Um, but she was a very toxic person. She was very abusive. And when that girl reacted to the abuse, I personally wouldn't say, "Oh, that was reactionary abuse." No, that was her responding to an outside stimulus. That was, it's like when a bee stings you, you go, ah, and you smack it. Are you abusing the bee for stinging you? Don't be stupid. I'm sorry, I try not to say that. But, don't be silly. Don't be nonsense. Don't be nonsensical. So, yeah, I realize I'm not this evil, toxic person thought I was. I was just reacting to how people were treating me and reacting to the environments I was in. And then And I'm again, because Saturn is now in Aries, I know this section of my chart is going to be a continued journey. Um, but I do have a feeling that I'm just going to be really figuring out then after learning with Saturn and Pisces, okay, if I was just reacting, if I'm not defensive, I'm reactive. What's the next step from that? Like, what is actually the healthy way to be? So now I got to be proactive. Um, and like I know the 10th house relates to your, reputation, your public life, you know, your profession, um, even in a way your calling, like just like what are you known for? What's your deal? What's your deal? Why are you in the rooms you're in? And what rooms are you in? Um, it's a very prominent chart or, very prominent part of your chart. The planets here influence everything. It's the highest point in your chart. Um, so I know that authority is the word here because it's kind of truly where in the world you stand. And I've been so, or I guess I should say, I became so sure in where I stand and what I have authority over and who I have authority over that now I just really don't see myself looking back. It's going to be very hard to kind of shake that new foundation that's been built because again I do like to fight. I had to accept that about myself. I cannot stress this enough. I am quite intense and in a I don't want to say aggressive because I'm not aggressive. It's just I like to be challenged. Mars is in Sagittarius in my chart. I learned when Saturn was in Pisces that I used to think I was very anxious and very nervous and had stage fright. No, I literally am shaking with excitement. And that's something that happens when I fight with people too. Like the same feeling I get of being excited to go on stage is the same feeling I get when I'm about to lay into someone. So, something I had to accept about myself. And it's not great. This for me is a very disagreeable part of my chart to me. I kind of don't like my 10th house because it is very awkward. I am a woman. I'm a girl. I'm just a girl. I don't want to be seen as someone that is combative and harsh and mean, which kind of goes back to having, again, those projections of that's how people see me, though, and having to accept that, well, this is how people see me, but how do I see myself? Who do I see in the mirror? you know, and just having to be comfortable with the fact that I am going to be uncomfortable in life because people are going to keep trying to make me uncomfortable. But also, I find a lot of comfort and joy, honestly, in making other people uncomfortable for trying to make me uncomfortable. So again, it's cycles, circles, timing, seasonality. Moving on. Faith, you know, the ninth house. Weirdly, despite being where Saturn became or despite being where Saturn returned in my chart, it was kind of blasé. It was kind of nothing, but it was everything. It was so subtle, so delicate, so intricate. I was hoping by the time Saturn left Pisces for good, I would have the words for it, and I still don't. I've tried, and it was so much. It was everything. It was honestly, it was everything. I chose the word faith for the ninth house because for me that was the biggest point. It was just kind of coming to terms with the fact I am a very faithful person in a weird way, which is weird because I grew up religious. I grew up practicing religion. I grew up spiritual because again, I had so many strange spiritual experiences since infancy that I couldn't help but become a spiritual person. But also, this left me a little bit untethered because my experiences were so different from, the classic experience of other religious people and even among spiritual people, things they were experiencing. And this kind of just encompass all aspects of my life, just not quite experiencing things the same way as other people, like having like being physically very different from the people around me, and when people caught up to my physicality, mentally being very different from the people around me, being emotionally very different, being again spiritually very different. It's just always very different. And and I wouldn't necessarily say having a hard time fitting in because that was never something I wanted or never something I cared about. Because again, I've always cared about people as individuals. I've always believed in the importance of letting people be who they are. Because again, I knew I was going to be who I am. So I just wanted to make sure I cultivated and still want to make sure I cultivate spaces where people can just be them and be who they are. But during this transit, I realized I had to cultivate the space for myself to be who I am and be be what I am. And, kind of the thing people always say with Saturn in the ninth house is like, they'll say having no relationship to religion, like being non religious, being atheist. But that's not my experience. So I'm like, okay, what next? Maybe having, excuse me, a change in your beliefs. But it's like, well, I'm still a Christian. I mean, I guess I did start beefing with Jesus. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I've always had a relationship with God, but maintaining that relationship with Jesus, that kind of, I can't say went to the wayside. It's just that changed. I started being more like, just kind of questioning the purpose, I guess, or questioning, not even questioning. I don't know. I just was kind of like, is again hard to explain. Just a change in understanding. And I think that was the biggest point for me. Throughout everything Saturn touched, it was a change in understanding and a change in knowing and interpreting. And again, with Saturn being in the ninth house, I was expecting, maybe going back to school, getting into certain programs, again, maybe like changing my religion, doing this, doing that. But it was all so internal, which I probably should have figured would be because, and I think to a degree, I had inklings, but again, not quite clarity yet because Saturn is conjunct my moon. that it would be much more of me just, again, going back to the solitude, me just kind of sitting quietly in the dark in silence. And not even the dark, just me sitting quietly in silence, thinking, you know, kind of continuing life, but from a more honest point of view this time, being a bit more aware, having a bit more, experience to be able to make sense of everything, being able to finally put the pieces together on things, which makes sense because I know in my Saturn midterm stream, I started talking about and Sag in my chart. And there reached a certain point where I was very much relating to my moon sign, but especially near the end of Saturn and Pisces, I started relating much more to my my sun sign again. I started really being more comfortable with the Sagittarius parts of my chart, which is, my sixth house, which was interesting. In a roundabout way, being more comfortable with my sun and my Mars and all the rest of it made me comfortable in my moon and Saturn. So more comfortable in my body, more self-assured, walking with more confidence. You know, I finally took a trip, a long distance trip outside of the country after years, a decade of not having traveled to another country. This is, of course, after, traveling to so many countries as a child, doing just in general, doing so much traveling as a child, but also I was very sick almost immediately after coming back to the US actually. My health started not being so great. But, my health started to be on the mend. Um, and, I was able to travel. And it was interesting. I was very comfortable, even in a foreign place where I didn't know the language. Very unfamiliar to me in all kinds of ways. But also finding the familiarity. Like, Japan for me was like very different. Um, it was just kind of unlike any place I've been before. Korea was more familiar though. Um, I actually kept joking that it was just like being in Jersey. um, just, they were things were in Korean and, you know, folks were perhaps a bit more assertive than Jersey. I feel like in Jersey people be uh I'll be honest. I feel like in Jersey people are assertive on the road when they need to be, and by need to be I mean want to be. But in person people, it's not that they're actually, I should say not assertive. I feel like people be putting on airs in Germany, or not Germany, in Jersey. Oh, they definitely don't be putting on airs in Germany. But yeah, I feel like people be putting on airs in Jersey. Like everyone acts like landed gentry. That's the best way I could describe it. It's the craziest, wildest thing. I'm like, why are you acting like I don't know, it's just it's wild. Anyways. But yeah, finally traveled. It was a very good experience. especially after, kind of years of being a bit nervous to travel. I used to have a fear of heights, which slowly went away over time, but I had a fear of flying. And after, I'm gonna be honest, it was like the worst flights of my life, but I wasn't scared at all. Like all of the fear was just gone. And of course, this was also during Aries season too, I want to say. So, oh no, maybe it was actually Taurus season. It was either Taurus season or Aries season. It was between this time period too. So again, things be popping during Aries season. Um, but yeah, it was very different. I'm not sure if healing is the right word, but it was very encouraging. In a weird way, Saturn and Pisces was very encouraging to me. I got just a newfound confidence, which again I think goes back to that square, weirdly enough, between Saturn and my Sag placements, which is so contrary to when Saturn was in Sagittarius and I nearly got myself up out of here. Saturn in Pisces was this kind of like, very stern, come on now. It was like a kindly old lady putting her hand out so baby me could go and grab it. And, even if I didn't want to, it just seemed like she was taking me across a creaky bridge over a fast moving stream, and I'm just a little baby, a little toddler. I might fall in if I lose her grip. But we made it across to the other side, and she was like, "See, it's not so bad." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're right, Grandma. It's not so bad." That's how I felt like during Saturn and Pisces. I did a lot of complaining. I did a lot of huffing and puffing. I threw some tantrums, but I made it across to the other side. And the other side was really fun. And I went into the meadow. I picked some flowers. I picked some herbs. I made some cool stuff. And now, I'm going home. And it's like a dream. I crossed the bridge a toddler. I came back on the other side and I'm already a grown woman. And I'm like, okay, what next? What am I going to do? I got to go put these things back home first. But then I'm gonna go back out into the world and I'm gonna take these things home. I'm gonna cook something up with it. I'm gonna go out into the world and have a new adventure. That's kind of what it felt like. One, oh, I can't remember the lady. I can't remember the name of the lady, but I watched this video and a lady was talking about Irish proverbs. And a proverb she mentioned was song and prayer are brothers. And I made note of it because I feel like, yes, that was very Saturn and Pisces, especially my Saturn return. It was very much giving song and prayer are brothers. I listened to a lot of music, and, music was such a key point for me throughout this whole journey, or not even journey, but throughout this whole segment of life. Um, you know, I feel like part of the difficulty of having so much Jupiter, or having such a strongly Jupiter coded chart is, it's very easy to get swept up in things. It's very easy to become overwhelmed. For a good portion of my life, life was just very overwhelming. I didn't have a lot of agency. I wasn't allowed to do much. I couldn't be much. Like, I really cannot stress it enough. People have really done a lot to try to keep me from achieving things and from doing things. People have, withheld help, withheld support. talked about me behind my back, tried to discredit me, tried to, you know, sow doubt in me, sow doubt in others. Like, for various reasons, people have just kind of, been beefing with me and fighting with me and antagonizing me and trying to make things hard for me, honestly, just make my life hard for no reason. But life still goes. Life still happens. And I really had to accept that sometimes that is just the cut you get. Sometimes that is just it is what it is. And it doesn't really change anything about me. It doesn't even change anything about the other person. It doesn't change anything about my life and what's going to happen in it. Because again, for all the, unkindness I have experienced, I have experienced 10 times the kindness of that. So it's, the fact that during Saturn and Pisces, I actually had to sit and think and realize, oh, these people were trying to be mean to me. Oh, that person did that to me. Oh, that was a situation I shouldn't have been in. Like, that person didn't protect me when they should have protected me. Oh, that person allowed this to happen. Or, I didn't protect myself from this. I should have done this. I should have done that. Why did I accept that? Why didn't I do this? Like, just working through all of that. But it not being as burdensome as it would have been if I tried to work through all those things at an earlier time. Like, again, it's just so, I feel so energized now. Like, and it's not even fair to say it's like a heaviness has been lifted. It's like I was always this light. I just had to learn that I am capable of being heavy. I am capable of, going into depths. But I shouldn't forget that I'm also capable of going into heights. I am capable of being a very light person. I am capable of being energetic. I'm capable of a lot of things. And, faith was definitely an anchor for me through all this because that's always been my the lens through which I view the world. And, I've always felt a bit insecure about that because, I haven't met a lot of people that have the relationship with faith that I do, and in the ways that I do. But just having to be like, I mean, it is what it is. Like, I have these experiences and I have certain knowledge and that's just my experience. And people can have their thoughts and feelings, and as long as they keep it to themselves and don't try to bother me, it just is what it is. And people are going to try and bother me, and you know it'll be what it'll be what it be. I'm not gonna, get too into that, but hey, I'm a work in progress, as the song says. I'm progressing. I'm working. You know, I really had to learn to go from being reactive to being proactive. Trusting my instinct, trusting my intuition, trusting my uh guidance, trusting that trusting in my own sanity even. Um yeah. So next we have inheritance. This probably won't be very long because I'm gonna be honest. For me, the way my eighth house set up, it is very personal to me. For me, my eighth house is very, even though it deals with inheritance and um uh not necessarily contracts, but um finances. It deals with, you know, death, endings, transformation. I mean, it's a very personal house. No, it's not necessarily like the 12th house, but I kind of liken them to each other a lot, as I already mentioned. Um, it could also be related to health issues similarly to the 12th house. So more like bodily or not necessarily bodily, but like, mental health, your self-esteem. I think people say people with a lot of eighth house placements tend to work in like the mental health field, I think people say. It also deals with the occult, excuse me. It deals with ancestry. So that, you know, it definitely was very prominent for me during this time, which makes sense. Because when Saturn was in Aquarius, it obviously was going through my eighth house. Um, and then it went into the ninth house. But obviously, the things that were being dealt with in the eighth are still ongoing in the ninth. Because, I feel like this is when I really started, certain things definitely started in 2022, you know, if not right before Saturn entered into Pisces, but, around the time. And so certain things I like, even when I was doing my notes, um, certain things kept coming up that I had to be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't talk about this. Maybe I shouldn't include this because it's was from the previous Saturn transit. But definitely there was some things uh kind of lingering, I guess you could say. And hold on. I'm gonna hit y'all with the BRB again, and I'm gonna be back. Fact. But yeah, something's definitely transferred over, should we say. Now I will say, uh family, or just, yeah, the eighth house rules ancestry, or ancestors, ancestral work. And that definitely became prominent for me. Building a relationship with my ancestors, which feels kind of weird to say because, like, it was always there. Again, it's kind of like my relationship to God. It's always been there. So it was more so just realizing, like, certain, like, again, it was the clarity of, like, oh, like, some of the things people are saying or talking about, like, these are things I've already done or been doing, or these are already things I've believed. I just never had words for it, or I've never explained it, or I've never had to explain it or give words to it. I've never had to really justify it before. Kind of took some things for granted, which I think makes sense when you think about the eighth house and how it kind of relates to things you don't earn, you know, things you don't have to do anything to get, just your existence is enough. Um, you know, I definitely started, having a lot more gratitude for my quote unquote inheritance, you could say. I've always been very, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Kinda in a way, also going back to, which makes sense, Aquarius, sextiles, Sag, but going back to, I became more myself during this transit. And part of becoming more myself was seeing more of myself in, like, my family, and seeing more of myself in the people around me, and wanting to see more of myself in the world, and wanting to share more of myself. Um, which, to a degree goes back to the 10th house, but it'll also go into the following houses. Probably come up with the, the fourth and the second, and obviously the first. Um, And honestly, not just the following houses, it'll come up too. All of them, really. Because, seeing the things I didn't have to work to achieve, seeing the things I didn't have to earn, and recognizing how much I was doing to try and earn things that I didn't need to earn, and realizing where I was trying to earn certain things that were already mine. Recognizing that somewhere along the line I got confused about, like, what I had a right to. And also realizing that there are certain things I am owed in life that I don't have to explain why I'm taking. Like, it is rightfully mine. This is what I'm owed. You can't have this because it's not yours to have. And we're gonna go into the next part so I could really get into more into that. For six, I went with obligation. Um, Oh no, I'm sorry, 7. I was about to say that don't seem right. But yeah, with 7, I went with obligation. And it was hard. I kind of waffled between obligation and duty, but I really thought about the seventh house and what it relates to and how I kind of viewed those themes during this time. And for me, I really was like, yeah, obligation is the word of choice. Um, the seventh house is kind of the beginning and end of the intimate houses. Um, despite the eighth house dealing with very intimate things, it's still things that are available to the public or like known to the public to a degree. Like inheritance, you have to involve, like, basically, you have to involve other people in the eighth house. You can't uh procreate without outside help. You can't inherit without, you know, a dead body and a lawyer. Um, even in regards to mental health, so much of mental health is related to your environment. And if it's not environmental, then it probably is, inherited. Um, the seventh house being the last and the first of the personal and impersonal houses. Um, like it begins the involvement of other people, but it's still one on one. Um, you know, it is the setting place. Uh, it's the house that has to deal with people you have significant relationships with, like basically anytime you're contractually obligated to deal with someone, that's the seventh house. It also, uh, I think I already mentioned contracts. And traditionally, it was also associated with death. But, you know, I felt like obligation was the word because, my seventh house is in Capricorn. I have a Capricorn Venus. I had to, continuing what I mentioned earlier about, the mirror and having to get kind of serious and real with myself about what do I want in life. What are my needs? What am I looking for? What is my comfort level? Again, like if I want to be in relation to other people, what does that look like for me? What am I expecting? What am I looking for? Um, and to me, the seventh house is really representing obligation. What am I obliged to do? How am I obliged to act? And what are the obligations of the people around me? Like, if you're going to be in relation to me, what is it like, what do you absolutely have to do for me to accept that? Basically, if I'm, taking your ring, what are you offering me? Like, it's not enough just to say you like me. It's not enough just to say even that you want me. It's not even really, and it's not even enough to say you need me. A lot of people think they want me in their life. A lot of people think they need me. A lot of people, you could think a lot of things. You could want a lot of things. But, what is the reality though? What are you doing to make it worth my time and to make it worthwhile for me to, deal with you? I've always been of the mind that marriage is a contract. Marriage is a responsibility. It is, again, once you're married to someone, you are obligated to do certain things by law. It is a legal contract. And I've always taken that very seriously. Again, my mom's a Capricorn Venus, my dad is a Capricorn. So, you know, or not Capricorn Venus. My mom is a Capricorn rising, my dad is a Capricorn, I am a Capricorn Venus. I am literally a product of their Capricorn love. And that's been kind of the, you know, standard to a degree in my relationships. Like if you can't be, you know, if you can't respect me like how my parents respect each other, I don't want anything to do with you. And I think because of my Capricorn Venus, I also had to be very real with the fact that I really can't have a large friend group. I don't really do groups like that either, to be honest. I kind of am more of a one-on-one relationship kind of person. I'm a very good friend. I'm not a very good cheerleader. I could support you, I could help you, and I've always tried to be a good cheerleader. But I'm not really a group person like that. Like I could be a fan. I could be a solo stan, if you want. But if you just want a bunch of people around you that are going to be like, yeah, go you, I'm not going to be that person because I'm going to be like, okay, why are we cheering? What are the stats? Okay, we rooting for this athlete, but are they worth rooting for? Because I'm seeing that person over there. They seem like they know what they're doing on the court. I'm gonna go root for them. I'm gonna be their fan. Um, they got more of what I like to see going on. That's just the kind of person I am. If you're not bringing it to some degree, I don't really want anything to do with you. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not friends with just anybody. I'm not the kind of person that just likes to have people around. That's just not me. And in fact, historically, it's not even been safe for me to just be around people just to be around them. Like, people are not very, you know, I'll say, people are people. And the more people you have around, the more there's room for uh let's say unwise decision making. And the thing about the seventh house is it is all about decision making. You shouldn't, when someone gives you a contract, it's usually with the expectation you're going to read over that contract and then you make the decision to sign it. Like when I choose to have people in my life, it's because, I put a lot of, and when I choose to be in someone's life, I put a lot of thought into it. I take it very seriously. I take all my relationships very seriously. So I don't really appreciate it when other people aren't taking the relationship seriously as well, even if it is just a casual relationship. Um, because I'm like, hey, I don't really do uh casual unseriousness. I'm just not that kind of person. I do believe that that we are obligated in life to treat the people in our lives a certain way. And if you're in my life, I'm going to treat you a certain way. I'm going to do certain things for you. I'm going to try and show up in your life in, specific ways. Um, and I expect that in return. Like, it doesn't, for me, I know the seventh house is often related to romantic relationships, but the thing is, it covers all relationships. Like, I'm very serious about my work. If I sign a contract, I'm going to fulfill that contract. And that includes social contracts. And I think the seventh house does also speak to our social obligations to each other. It's across from the first house, how you appear in the world and how you appear, and it's connected to the angular houses too. They're all tied together. How you present yourself to the world is directly tied to your obligations to the world. You know, who you are as a person is direct, kind of the fourth house is directly tied to what you're out there actually doing. You know, I take my beliefs and my role in people's lives very seriously, even if I haven't always necessarily understood my role or how people view me and how I'm being viewed. But like, because I'm trying to be a certain kind of person, I am not just presenting myself in certain ways, but I am acting in certain ways. Because to me, it all ties together. Like, I don't really do the whole, uh, say one thing, do the other. That's just not how I'm built. If I say it, I'm gonna do it. And that's just that. Sixth house is effort. And this was kind of a hard one to come up with. Because I really try to think, what has my sixth house really been like? And I feel like the best word to describe it is effort, which is very fitting for the sixth house. It relates to jobs, it relates to kind of those mundane daily activities. And while it's not the most exciting house, it's to me probably because of my Sag stellium and the fact that my Venus and Mars are here. Well, really just my Venus. I think my Mars is still in the fifth house. But the fact that my Venus is in this house, in Capricorn no less. Um, or maybe my Mars is my sun. Either way, I I I think it is. But my Venus and Mars are in this house. Um, it's basically my most prominent house. It has the most, or I should say maybe my most active house. It has the most planets. When transits be lighting up that house is definitely felt. I feel like we often make effort sound like a bad thing. A lot of people don't want to be seen making an effort. People want to be seen doing things effortlessly. But I don't mind the sixth house. I like the fact that, I take my day-to-day very seriously and I enjoy work and I enjoy working hard. And this was really abundantly clear to me. Saturn and Pisces and my Saturn return made it super clear that I love working. I love having a job and I love being able to do things for people, do things for myself. I like exercising and I feel like I say this every time, but like there's really nothing else to say. I like doing the hard thing. I like having hard discussions. I like having, difficult thoughts. I like working on difficult things. I like the intricacies of life. But also near the end of Saturn and Pisces, I feel like I really started seeing the kind of the reverse of in all the other areas of my life. I was seeing more where Sag, you know, wasn't necessarily a hardship like it felt like, but in the sixth house, I finally saw like the Pisces side of things, of like seeing just the beauty and the magic in the mundane and really leaning into that and allowing myself to be wowed by that and really, giving myself into nature and timing and the cycle of things and seeing how that helps my health and that makes my work better and it makes me more efficient. I really love efficiency. Like, it is like, I don't know. The sixth house rules enemies, but I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I figured out the key to working with the enemy is, working with the enemy, doing the work. It's hard for people to be mad at you and stay mad at you when they have a job, when they have things to do. Like, I don't know. Maybe if we allowed people more room to be themselves and do the things they're good at and do the things they want to do, there'd be less chaos in the world. Just a thought. You know, maybe if people had their needs met, people would be less terrible. And also, not taking it personally when people are uh lashing out because of what's going on in their lives, because their needs are just not being met and I can't help them. But it's got nothing to do with me. I feel like the sixth house, I really figured out what has to do with me and what doesn't. And a lot of things ain't got nothing to do with me. And what does have to do with me are, a lot of very lovely, nice things. Like going on a walk, trying a new project, trying new, uh, just learning new skills, um, learning new things in general. Just I don't know, just working on me, working on my own life, focusing on my own things. And it's funny that, effort in this scenario is juxtaposed with solitude. But in a way, it makes sense because I do have to put in a lot of effort to not be, you know, to not keep to myself so much. And in the sixth house, with it being so busy, I feel like I'm kind of forced often into having to branch out and go out and do things in the world when low key my comfort level is to not do that. I'm perfectly happy just being at home, chilling, just there's so many things I can do literally anywhere I go that it actually gets a little hard. It's a little overwhelming. So I've really had to learn to like pare down and focus on one thing at a time. And that isn't to say that I struggled with focusing on things, but just because I've had so many ideals and so many plans for things. Again, also going back to, well, what do I actually want? Like, not chasing the potential of things, which is very, you know, sag, very Sagittarian, seeing the potential and going after that and wanting to explore that, but being like, no, let me just stick here. Let me see where this takes me. And knowing with confidence that if it goes somewhere I don't want to go, I could always, double back, take a different route, try something else, or even try again later if I realize, oh, actually, I did like that. I just, maybe wasn't at that level yet, or maybe wasn't understanding yet. So, yeah. Fifth house, I also kind of struggled a bit, and I ended up with power, which seems weird juxtaposed with community. But I mean, in the most common sense, there's so much power in community and having community, but it also ties back into the 10th house since my fifth house is ruled by Scorpio and they're both related to Mars. And, the power also, and the fact that, my fifth house is so full, there are so many planets there, a lot of my power, a lot of my authority does come from my talent, my skills. A lot of what people have tried to diminish about me does go back to things I worked very hard to do and achieve. And, I used to kind of downplay it because, I'll be honest, I put a lot of effort into things just because I have to put a lot of effort into doing things. Um, like I'm not there's certain things I am a natural at, but when something comes to me too easily, I don't want to do it, which I know is a problem, and I'll probably be working on that through Saturn and Aries. I know Saturn and Aries is going to get my behind about that and be like, "Girl, what you complain about, this for? If you can do it, do it." But if things come to me too easily, it just, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't, not even, it just, it's just not satisfying, honestly. It's not satisfying. Again, I like to be challenged. I like to try. I like to work hard. So I've had to realize that, excuse me, there is power in having to, or, in, you know, just accepting what I'm good at, and me not accepting there's certain things that just come natural to me wasn't necessarily doing me any benefits. It did make it easy for people to try to, talk down to me or try to negate my efforts because, people can be like, oh, well, you can't do this, so you can't do that. And it's like, no, I can't do that other thing. I've just been, struggling doing this, but like I can do it all. Just ask me. Like, don't ever doubt what I'm capable of. I promise you I'm capable of it. And sometimes I wish they just give me time to learn it, but sometimes I don't even need that much time. Kind of going back to having to realize my own agency, um, just kind of coming to terms with the fact that because I'm capable of so much, I, again, kind of also going back to obligation, I'm kind of obligated to do certain things and behave in certain ways. I do have a lot of power. I do have a lot of authority, and I need to wield that wisely, and I need to wield it. Because if you have authority and you have power and you don't use it, that creates a vacuum. And you don't want to see who tries to take your spot. Like if you have a position, use that position. And I used to be so frustrated with people who had the ability to do things but didn't do it. And then I had to realize, oh, I'm one of those people. That's probably why I was so frustrated. Because, I've been trying to do various things and not doing it. Or not doing what I was supposed to be doing. But Saturn and Pisces definitely got on my tail about some, you can do this, so do it. And in fact, if you don't do it, someone else is going to do it and do it worse than you. And it's so funny when people talk about like ideals, because the fifth house is related to um children, procreation, fertility, pleasure, creativity, luck, good fortune, especially like creation. It's about the creation of things. And people always talk about if you have an ideal and you don't do it, someone else is going to do it. But the thing they never mention is that someone else is going to do it in their own way. It's not going to be what you would have done. It's going to be what they would do with that ideal. So, one, even if you're quote unquote late to the game, still do that thing you wanted to do. It might not get the hype that it would have gotten if you did it first, but also it might still do well. Why? Because there's nothing new under the sun, and people do things the way they know how to do it. You're you. You're going to do it in your own different way. It's very rare that someone does something exactly like you were going to do it in your own brain, unless you told them about it. And that's another discussion. But, I definitely had to realize, like, oh, you know, sometimes I'm not crazy. I do have good ideals. I can do certain things. I am capable of doing certain things. And during Saturn and Pisces, I did actually make quite a few things. Like, I made so much art, and I made art of things I normally wouldn't have. I finished different scripts, different comic scripts. Um, and kind of going back to continuing things that started in 2022. In 2022, I released Sentimental, which was my poem art book. And, 2023 onward, I just continued working on things and continued finishing things, even though a lot of these things I haven't shared. I haven't shared them publicly. They're just kind of like files, but they're like done. Not just like, or, things I at least have a first draft on. They just need, edits, some new drafts. And, you know, in a way, they were kind of like exercises and proving to myself that I can do certain things. But now I'm just like, I don't have anything to prove. I know what I'm capable of. Before I kept feeling like I had to prove something to people, but I also had to, now I recognize sometimes that feeling of I have to prove myself was me responding to people being like intimidated or jealous or envious or trying to go out of the way to discredit me. And I was reading it as, oh, you don't think I'm good enough. Oh, you don't like, you think I'm here to play. You think I'm playing around. I promise I'm not playing around. I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the work. See? And it would just make people like discredit me more. And so now I realize, oh, that was like jealousy. That was them being haters. That was them, recognizing the power I didn't realize I had. So, we definitely moving different. We moving different these days. Fourth house legitimacy. Now, this is a new one. This is what I closed Saturn and Pisces on. And I don't even think initially it came to me during the return. It was a thought or understanding that came to me after the return. I started working on this story, and I won't get into the details here because it's still being worked on. But basically, as I was working through the story, the keyword was changing, and I was starting to recognize it was the story that was starting to feel a little too close to home. And I realized I think this is practically a journal entry. And then it led me to you know, thinking about fourth house topics because it's a very fourth house related story. It's about a woman and her um ancestry, a woman and her like family. It also relates to an inheritance of hers. Um, and I kept trying to figure out what is this story really about? What is like, what's really going on here? What is like the central theme of this story? And then I landed on legitimacy, and I realized that was kind of an underlying current for my Saturn and Pisces, or, for the Saturn and Pisces transit in my chart was, legitimacy. And I feel like it's a good juxtaposition for authority because, where does your authority come from? Your legitimacy. Um, and I've really had to come to terms with the fact, I feel like kind of obviously, with Chiron being in my fourth house, a lot of my insecurity does stem from fourth house themes and topics. you know Also going back to, the 12th house and solitude being such a big thing for me during, this time. The fourth house is the lowest part of the chart. It's considered the subterranean place. The fourth house is, the hidden house. It's the depths, if you will. And I still don't quite understand my north node being here. Um, but again, I don't really understand the nodes. I'm still trying to figure them out. I'm still learning. But it's interesting having Libra here. Again, kind of going back to that story of, you know, being fed up and deciding that I'm gonna just let that girl get her get her socks rocked. Like, I'm tired of always trying to protect people that don't protect me. I'm tired of trying, having to care about the feelings of people that don't care about my feelings, having to always be the bigger person, which is very North Node, Libra, South Node Aries coded, if you ask me. It very Sag Mars too, because again, Sagittarius, they're known as the zealot, they're quite preachy. I am very ham fisted, I guess you could say, about my morals. I am very, I believe what I believe and I behave in ways that match my beliefs. And I kind of expect the people around me to do the same as well. I never really had a problem with the whole be the bigger person thing before, and I still really don't. Especially because it's your perception, right? It's how you look at it. Which that's probably very Libra of me to be like, let's discuss what is your perspective of the situation. A lot of people have problem or have issue with being the bigger person. They have issues with appearing as if you're showing weakness to people that have, you know, tried to use their strength against you. But the way I view it is if someone is antagonizing me because they think I'm better than them, why wouldn't I show them that I am better than them by being better than them? Like, I'll be honest, a lot of my kindness is not like inherently what people would view as uh morally good. We have very warped perceptions of what is good and what is bad. Well, and I'm aware of the fact that, again, kind of going back to, I don't mind fighting people. And in fact, I enjoy fighting people. And one of the most entertaining things to do is be very nice and very, not even nice, being very kind to people that are very nasty because they're forced to confront their nastiness. And that brings me so much joy to force people to confront things about themselves they don't want to confront, but they're forced to because they decided to mess with me. Like, if you want to be known as a kind person, be kind. And if you're not being kind, I'm not going to help you put on the mask of kindness. You're going to speak to me kindly, or I'm going to cry. Knowing dang well I'm not really the type of person to cry in public like that. You know, I mean, I am now. I'm more emotional now, but when I was younger, I was not very emotional at all. People never saw me cry. You know, if people saw me cry, it was because I was about to kick them because I only cried when I was angry in public. But yeah, like, if you're gonna be nasty to me, I'm gonna be so nice to you. And everyone around you is gonna see me be so nice to you, and you be so nasty to me, and they're gonna think differently of you if they're the kind of people that, aren't also nasty people. And people might say that's not very nice or and that's not very kind, that's amoral and all that good stuff because they have a warped sense of, I don't know, justice and kindness and all that good stuff. And they think if you're a human who responds to things in human ways and, once human rights, you're terrible, then so be it. But, I am that kind of person, probably because of my you know, North Node. I'm blaming everything on my North Node in Libra. But I am the kind of person where I'm like, no, kindness again. Kindness is an obligation. That's one of the seventh house obligations to me. If you gonna talk to me, you're gonna talk to me kindly or not at all. If you're gonna deal with me, you're gonna deal with me kindly or not at all. And that doesn't mean I'm going to be nasty to you because that's not the kind of person I am. But there's a lot of ways you could be kind to someone and still make them feel bad. It's called, maybe I should have said that. Oh, but we all have emotions, we all have feelings. Everyone has things that make them, everyone has insecurities. And if you're going to try and play on my insecurities, and act, as if I'm too good to play off of yours, then I don't know why you thought that. I can't stress it enough. I'm not Jesus. I am not God. I'm not that enlightened. I do kind of like to roll in the muck sometimes, and I literally don't care. I don't care. People like, if you roll with dogs, you're gonna get fleas. Okay, that's a very easy fix. Like, it's very easy to, kill some fleas. I don't know what to tell you. I really, again, I can't stress it if I don't care. Like, mud can be washed off. I don't we all like it's the modern age. We have access to bathtubs. Every once in a while you gotta get a little bit down and dirty. In a good way, for a good cause. But yeah, back to legitimacy. You know, Legitimacy, authority, they go hand in hand. Um, I realize that, and again, since it's the fourth house, this is a little bit personal, so I'm not gonna get into everything. Um, but I'll just say I realized there were ways in which people tried to make me seem as if I didn't have legitimacy, that I was illegitimate in some way, that I had like unearned talents, unearned skills, unearned resources. Um, just people trying to make it sound like I didn't deserve things that, kind of going back to the eighth house and inheritance, people trying to make it seem like things that were owed to me weren't owed to me. Making it seem like I had to work harder or be better or do certain things to have earned the things I have. Mind you, these are all things we all have access to, and no one has to earn to have. Like confidence. Like, I'm a confident person because I love myself, and why wouldn't I be? Like, I don't know. I lived a good life. I mean, I don't want to die anytime soon. I would like to experience more of life, but I mean, it wouldn't be, I mean, it obviously wouldn't be the end of the world to me because I'd be dead. So, I wouldn't really have anything to say on that, but it's not been a bad life. Bad things happened, but it's been pretty rocking to be honest. Like, would I do it all again? Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I would. Um, it could have been worse. And I know it'd only get up from here. It'll only get up from here. We can't go any lower than we've already gone. And that's another thing I really realize. And I've ignored it for so long because I always found it so childish, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. And that was a running theme, just things I couldn't ignore anymore, about relationships, about the way people view me, of, people just making so many assumptions about my life and my experiences and my beliefs and my thoughts. Like, people, oh my gosh, people just up in my butt crack. Like, just so up in my business. Like, bruh, you don't know my name and you're making so many assumptions about me. That is absurd. That's crazy. You know, just all the assumptions people make based off of how they think they're viewing my life and my family and my experiences and how I was raised and how I grew up, when they don't know about any of it. Because I honestly don't talk about it and I still won't. Chiron in the fourth house, I cannot stress this enough. Like, my life has been a roller coaster. Um, but people thinking, people back to the projections, people just projecting these ideals on me based off of their life and where they're at in their life and how they think, like just the comparisons, people comparing themselves to me, and it's like, well, you're you and I'm me, and it didn't really matter the age of the people, the gender, the race, you know, the experiences, where people are from. It didn't matter. They just had all these wild stuff, just all these wild machinations in their minds, and I'm like, bruh, chill. And the crazy thing is, we could be friends. Because again, I got all that Sag, I got that Pisces moon. I could be friends with anybody. Even though I said I'm not friends with just anybody, that is a new, again, that's something Saturn and Pisces had to teach me. But before that, I would be friends with any old body, or at least friendly, you know? As long as you're, I guess that goes back to the obligations, because as long as you're meeting the obligations, I would be friends with you. But now I know better than to do that. And I got to look for a little bit more than just meeting the bare minimum. But, I used to be like, well, as long as you're nice enough, you know, as long as, you're doing this, you're doing that, no one's perfect. But now I'm like, nah. If you play in my face, you must disappear from my life. Y'all know what I wanted to say. But yeah, fourth house definitely goes to legitimacy. Oh, third house duty. And this was a hard one. I wrestled between duty and obligation, and also responsibility. The third house is across from the ninth, so it's across from faith. And I'll be honest, kind of like the 12th house, the third house is still vague to me. My third house is in Virgo. Mercury energy isn't really energy I understand. And it's not even energy I am fascinated by either, like Aries or Taurus. I just don't get it. But I feel like I'm starting to figure out more and understand more. But also, kind of going back to the 12th house, something I didn't mention is because of disability, because of, kind of how I grew up, I've been isolated a lot. Um, so the third house deals with, your neighborhood. It deals with short travel, elementary school. And, you know, for me, those are all things that were very kind of ambivalent for me. Um, you know, it's very quiet energy to me, but to me, that is kind of what duty is. Duty is just things you do. It's what's expected of you. It's what you have a responsibility for. I mean, the third house kind of feeds the sixth house in a way. You know, you need to eat every day, and to eat every day, you have to get your groceries. Like, to me, the way people talk about the sixth house is the way I feel about the third house, where it's very mundane, it's very simple, it's very kind of slow, and no nonsense. It's a very kind of serious, business minded house. But it's across from the ninth, which is so big, so grand. Literally cathedrals are in the ninth. Long distance travel. I did travel a lot. Saturn and Pisces. I did start leaving my house more and trying to get out into the world more. And it kind of also ties back into the 11th house and community, knowing you can't have a community unless you're out in the community. And also understanding that part of my struggles with community and finding community and having community have been tied to the fact that I just haven't been able to leave my house for a good while. I was very sick for a spell, and then COVID happened when I started feeling better. And just general life stuff. And I still have good days, bad days. I'm still on, working on my health and getting to where I want to be and where I need to be. But I feel like that's part of it too. You have a duty to yourself, you have a duty to the people around you, you have a duty to others. Um, kind of accepting that I have these duties. I have a duty to, take care of myself. If the things that I want in life, I'm gonna have to literally go out and get it myself. You know, the experiences I want to have, I have to start at home. I have to feed into the things I want to see in the future. Um, you know, again, kind of going to my little projects and my not so little projects, just trying different things. I was more active on social media. And now that I've kind of done all these different things, even though I'm kind of transitioning into other things and a other way of being online and a other ways of, being in the world and being in community with people, um, other ways of experiencing life outside of the home, it all kind of stemmed from starting to take, you know, things more seriously and starting to really just look around and take note of my surroundings. And again, Mercury rules Virgo too. And its Virgo is exalted. So definitely things came up during short trips. I went to visit a friend. I kind of looked around and said, I probably won't be visiting them again anytime soon. Kind of going back to how do I want to be in community with people? Who do I want to be in community with? Also, going back to obligations and how are people obligated to treat me and how am I obligated to treat other people? Um, a lot of full circle moments, a lot of full circle moments. Even going back to, Saturn in Virgo and being like, oh, maybe I need to soften myself. Maybe I am too harsh. Maybe I am too this, da 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 da. Pivoting to Saturn in Pisces and, having the exact opposite experience of people being like, you're too soft, you're too this, that, and the third, and being like, oh, you know, these are all projections. That was all projections. Um, yeah, very interesting. Second house, dues. Kind of going back into what do we owe each other? What am I owed? Paying your dues. you know, Again, I've never really been afraid of putting that work in. I actually really enjoy working. You know, the second house relates to resources, material things. It's also associated with early childhood and how, kind of you grew up and you were raised. Um, I definitely think that I don't know, it's kind of how to put it. Because I feel like for me, the second house has always been very, oh, actually, that does make sense. The second house is across from the eighth, and the eighth house is a very transformative house. And for me, the second house has also been a very transformative house as well. You know, my access to resources has definitely waxed and waned over the years. Um, to use a lunar saying with the solar sign. But I mean, kind of makes sense. My moon is conjunct Saturn. Um, the sun sheds its light on the moon. Anyways, or the sun's light reflects off the moon. But, something that became very prominent for me and important to me is the concept of dues, paying your dues. People always talk about, oh, what's your Saturn returns gonna, do for you? What do you get out of it? You're sowing things you've reaped. And it was very interesting seeing the things that, seeing the results of efforts I've put in and where those results are, if that makes sense. You know, kind of looking at myself in a new light of being like, oh, so that's the kind of person I am. So that's what I'm about. So that's what's important to me. I guess I kind of just had another look at my finances in a sense, but not necessarily my literal finances, but more like my, how to put it, metaphorical finances, you could say. Again, Saturn and Pisces was very intuitive and looking inward. It was very introspective, you could say. So, kind of everything took on this introspective and introverted bent. And I feel like even my second house, despite being ruled by, or, being under Leo and related to the sun, again, kind of going back to that theme of having a newfound or having a new outlook and newfound respect for my Sag sun and my Sag qualities, and really being like, oh, I can lean into it. So again, going back to that authority and legitimacy, inheritance, obligation, duty, all of it, just the things that I am owed, what is due to me. The eighth house rules things that you kind of get without putting in any effort. But the second house is definitely things you work to do, or, you work to get. It's your earnings. And, having to see where perhaps there's been some, you know, in a literal sense, there was an issue of withheld earnings at a job I briefly worked at. I was owed some money. They did not pay me in a timely manner. Um, so that was quite on the nose, and realizing that's been a cycle throughout my whole life of people owing me things and taking from me and never paying me back, and people taking advantage of my generosity. And Saturn and Pisces, I was kind of like, no, I'm good. Like, if you owe me something, you have a debt that needs to be paid. And low key, I feel like Saturn and Aries, there's some debts I will be collecting on. you know, Once Saturn is more prominently in my chart, once again, going back to authority and legitimacy, people really won't be able to continue to deny to pay me my dues. But first I had to realize I was owed things. Through Saturn and Pisces, I kind of had to come to the understanding that, there's really nothing wrong with saying, hey, where's my money? And again, like trying to balance or, trying to find a balance between being generous and just being kind of dumb. Like if you don't have anything left to give, stop giving. That is a very easy lesson for some, but it was a very hard lesson for me. And ironically, some of the people I don't talk to anymore, they did help me learn that lesson. Not like because of their behavior. Okay, not because of how they treated me, but just through watching them and observing them. I was like, oh, that's how you get down. I'm gonna get down like that too. I'm gonna learn from you. Um, which I am grateful and thankful for, but also kind of slightly related. Um, to that second house and resources, because I do, you know, Leo is a very social sign. So I've always kind of viewed my second house as part of my resources is my access to people. Again, kind of going back to that fifth house and power and, the 10th and the 11th, the fourth, honestly, all the angles, honestly, all to a degree, all the houses, you know, part of my skills, I guess you could say, ability, have a knack for being able to, you know, find cool people, uh, meet interesting folk, learn from a lot of folks, experience a lot of things with people. I'm very introverted and again, I'm autistic, but I am surprisingly social. I end up in surprisingly a lot of social spaces and a lot of social positions and working in very social ways. Even this, I never would have thought I would be streaming or making videos on YouTube and stuff and being on social media, but I do. Um, to a degree, I've always had access to society, I guess. I'm not really an outsider. I've been made to feel like one, and I feel like people that are on the outside are often attracted to me and, they feel comfortable around me. But I myself am not an outsider. I'm quite an insider, actually. Um, but it's just one of my skills. It's one of my, it's one of my resources. I've always had to manage and juggle multiple friend groups, multiple friendships, um, multiple associates, because not everyone is a friend. But, I be knowing folk. I just be knowing folk. And, it used to cause issues in my relationships with some people. And now I realize, oh, again, that was like, you know, possessiveness. That was jealousy. That was bitterness. And, now I know not to take it personally and not to let that deter me from still being who I am. And again, just like walking in my own power and accepting that is just something about me. That is just a part of my life and how I'm living. You know, that's just kind of how my life goes. It's fated to be, if you were. Um, but yeah, let's go to our last one. Sovereignty. You know, I said there were words I was trying to figure out themes I was trying to figure out while working on this story. And briefly, sovereignty came up, but that's because it was already a word kind of rattling around in my brain, already a theme happening in my life from the get go. And we kind of started Saturn and Pisces with this theme in mind. Excuse me. even if I wasn't quite aware sovereignty was the word I was looking for yet. And the first house, the house itself, relates to your overall being, body, mind, spirit, energy. It's even considered your true sign. Um, again, like I said, I've always connected to Cancer. Even before I knew about astrology, I'd always connected to like lunar themes. Um, I've always loved the moon. In fact, very recently I cried about how much I love the moon. It was very embarrassing. As most poets do, I love her. Um, I've always been very Cancerian. Uh, Even before I knew about rising signs and all that. I always was like, yeah, I'm a Sag, but I'm a moon girl. I'm a Sag with maybe a Sag moon. I don't know. I mean, now I know it's a Pisces moon and a Cancer rising. So, but I always was feeling Cancer. Um, you know, I chose sovereignty because that was kind of the key word for the moment. Like all of it. I feel like it all circles back into this being secure in myself, being secure in my place in the world, knowing I have a place in the world, knowing I have a place. Um, just again, and across from sovereignty, I put obligation because, and kind of exposing myself a little bit. When I was going through hardship during Saturn and Pisces, I started imagining myself as a ruler. And like, if I was running a kingdom, my kingdom being me, my relationships, my home, my projects, my job, my work, my, education, like just everything relating to me, the kingdom of me. If I was running a kingdom, how would I run it? How would I treat it? I really kind of leaned into Cancer in its, rel relationship to rulers and governing and government. Um, and truly, American Cancer thinkings, and honestly, and probably truly Sagittarian ways. Um, I mean, in fairness, I think the moon is also my highest planet. It is, kind of the most prominent place in my chart, or, it's in the most prominent place. I mean, it's almost in my 10th house, even. The moon is very prominent in my chart. I have that Sag stellium, but the moon stands out. The moon is trying to yeet on out of there, and Saturn is like holding on to it, like, whoa, where are you going, buddy? Hold on. Let's not go too far now. I do think it would have been very interesting if I had Aries moon though. But yeah, you know, I and again, in a kind of similar to with like the eighth and the fourth house, there's some things I can't get too into detail with because it's related to my own personal, spiritual journey, which was very big for me, as I'm sure you could kind of somewhat tell. But again, so much of it I can't even talk about because again, it's personal to me. It was. But again, that kind of also ties back into sovereignty. there is a mystique in rulership. And, people always say that good rulers and long-lasting rulers, they need a little bit of mystique. They need a little bit of hiddenness. You can't really be allowed to look behind the curtain because then you'll realize they're just like everyone else. And, why, why do they have the authority? Why do they have the power? What makes them a legitimate ruler? These are all things I've been, thinking about and questioning while Saturn's been in Pisces. Like, you know, what do I have a right to? Kind of countering the obligations. Like, well, what am I obligated to do? Because, at the end of the day, a queen, the obligations of a royal are, based off of hopes and prayers are gonna actually do it. They could be a tyrant. I feel like I had to make the choice, and this is part of the overall lesson, or ties into the lessons I've learned as Saturn has transited my houses and come back to where it was, or came back to where it was when I was born. Kind of going back to Leo. I feel like when Saturn was in Leo, I was a very unkind, a bit of a tyrannical ruler. And then I kind of had to humble myself and be like, let's really figure it out. We can't really be living like this. This ain't right. We gotta rethink things. We gotta try things again. Let's go about things a different angle. Cause again, I was fully in the right. There was a lot of people I had to, you know, I introduced quite a few people to Jesus. A lot of people had some come to Jesus moments after meeting me. I'm gonna say that. Um, but I also knew there was a better way to do things. I just didn't know how yet. I knew I don't, I shouldn't let people be bullying other people. I shouldn't let people walk all over me. But what does that look like? I'll be honest, when I was young, really all I knew was that I shouldn't beat people up. And that's about as far as I got. Like, I really want to beat people up. I really shouldn't do that, especially when we moved to America and people were like, you know, people really don't like it when you fight in school. But I'm like, some kids need to be fought, and people take it like so seriously here. Like, dang, y'all just don't, meet behind the school and box every once in a while and get it over with? Like, it's not serious. Y'all take things so seriously here. It's really not that serious. Sometimes you just, it's like when your daddy whoop your behind, and then, it's like, don't do that again. And you're like, yeah, but I also forgot people like really be beating on their kids here. So again, I had to really rework and relearn and redo a lot of things because I'm like, it's scary here. It is very ghetto. This is a very, very unpleasant, unhappy, ungodly place. Ooh. But yeah. And now I'm like, you know what? I've changed. I've learned. I am learning. There are different ways to be, different ways to, establish our authority, different ways to, uphold our, standing, different ways to respect obligations, but also not be like, too neener about things. Like, you could stand on business, but also have, be empathetic. Um, and these are all things learned over a course of a lifetime. And again, this is only my first Saturn return. There will be more after this, God willing. And so now I'm just kind of left in a place of, okay, that happened. That was that. Now what? And there's so many things I want to do and so many things I want to try. And like, I didn't know what I expected my first Saturn return would feel like. But again, I just feel so happy. And it's weird because I realized at a certain point I hadn't felt true happiness in a long time. And now I'm just so like it's so weird. It's like euphoric, euphoria. Like I just feel so I keep wanting to say clean, which is weird, but it is like it was like a cleansing. Saturn and Pisces was a gentle rain, and it seemed nonsensical. It seemed kind of like an irritant, like, oh, it's raining, it's still raining. It's not even like a good hard rain. It's just like a drizzle. I hate a drizzle. But then, I kind of like stopped and I sat on the porch and I really watched the rain come down and saw the way the light reflected in the clouds and watched the raindrops slide down a leaf. And I was like, oh, I get it now. I see. Yes, like this is what it's all about. And I'm very happy. I don't know what else to say. And like I didn't even cry doing this stream because now we're at the first house, we're near the end. Um, which again is crazy because I cried so much, but it was good. It was needed. You know, I released a lot of emotions over Saturn and Pisces. Or I should say over the course of Saturn and Pisces. There was a lot I was carrying that I knew because that's another thing. There's so many things I knew. I just didn't know what to do with it. And I feel like that's very Piscean. Pisces is the culmination of every sign. Again, it's kind of like the ultimate water sign. It comes after the water bearer. So you can imagine Pisces as the water that Aquarius is pouring out. After Aquarius has collected all this information, all this knowledge, all this wisdom, all this experience, and then it empties it into the void. And Pisces is just there floating in the void. Like, well, this is it. This is what all of life has led up to, all of living since the dawn of time. This is it. And, I feel like us Pisces and Saturn havers have had to carry that burden. And it's been rough. It's been hard. You know, I mentioned in my first video, I was so happy. I'm happy seeing Megan the Stallion happy because, like, I get it. It's hard being a black woman in America. And, there's so many things I want to speak to, like the mundane side of Pisces and Saturn. But I was like, nah, let me just stick to my experience, stick to these points, especially since this is already 5 hours long. Um, and I do gotta eat. I'm not even hungry though. But yeah, like it was rejuvenating. I feel refurbished. I do feel lighter. But again, it's because I realize I've had wings. I just kept them furled and now I've unfurled them. And maybe during Saturn and Aries I'll practice flying. Who knows? Um, but yeah, that's it. You know, that's all I have about Saturn and Pisces, my overall experience. You know, if you came in even just as a brief look, if you're watching the replay, thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoy it. I've enjoyed working on this series. I probably won't do anything like this again, but I'll probably, because I just like learning astrology and talking about it, even though I have other things I'm working on now and other like ways I'm moving in life. Other ventures, other venues I'm exploring. Um, Again, Leo second house, some people owe me money and I'm a collect. So I got other things to do. But yeah, in the long run, um, I'm kind of excited. I'm kind of happy I did this, even though it is a bit. I bit off a bit more than I could chew. I'll admit it. Again, I did not realize my laptop could not handle the videos, so I had to pivot to streaming, and that's the whole thing. Um, Clearly we've had some issues, but in the long run, hopefully this has been good and okay. Um, and I think it'll be interesting to look back on in a few years. And who knows, maybe I'll look back on it in 30 more years. If YouTube's even still around then and I still have access to the videos that I save, if I remember to continue to back them up with every transition. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Um, thanks to massobeats for the free lo-fi music. Hopefully I remember to add all the info to my stream, which actually I'm gonna do right now in YouTube Studio. Um, but yeah, um, I don't really have anything else to say about Saturn and Pisces outside of it was honestly a wonderful, beautiful experience. Like, I'm kind of, and it sounds weird to say I'm happy how it turned out. Like, this was a art piece I've been working on, but it kind of feels like that. I am just so excited to continue living life and see what next life has in store. I quite literally have been waiting for this moment my whole life. Like, I did even get into the dreams I've been having, the dreams I've seen become, real. Um, but oh, you know what? I forgot I don't have a coffee go anymore. Anyways, the dreams I've seen real and realized, I won't lie. There are definitely things that have happened, or, there are things that didn't happen I hoped would, but it was wishful thinking. It was not very rational of me to think certain things would happen. Like, I don't know, getting into a long-term romantic relationship. I had so many opportunity to set that up and it could have, but it didn't happen that way because first I needed to again get really serious about what I even want in a relationship and the kinds of people I want to be in relationship with. It would have been cool to start making a whole bunch of money, but like I am still disabled. I still have certain needs and accessibility or things I need to do to make life more accessible to me. Certain things I have to do to get my health to a point where I can do certain things. And again, going back to what do I want? Like low key, I could really do and have any job I want. I could go get any degree, but what do I want? What's really actually going to help me? You know, I feel like I'm definitely someone that really has to do the things I am meant to do, or else it just doesn't really work out. And I don't necessarily want it to work out either. Like my heart's not in it. So that was something I had to kind of deal with and accept. But again, the most obvious, and I feel like that was such a theme for Saturn and Pisces, the most obvious thing, the prominent thing, faith, belief, spirituality, kind of finding my authority and my voice again. It was so obvious that's how this return was going to go, but it never even was a thought for me. And I guess that's what made it the main theme of my Saturn return, because I didn't think of it, because I was ignoring it. I wasn't giving it, the respect it deserved, the attention it needed. And that is kind of Saturn. Where, where you have weak foundations, it highlights it. And there are certain things I had to address and come to terms with and accept. And now I'm in a position where I could start doing more things and I could start having more experiences, and I'm very excited for it. I'm excited to meet new people and have, you know, more projects and, you know, admittedly earn more money. Because like I said, it's not so much the getting the money that's the issue, it's the where I'm spending it and how fast I'm doing that. So we gonna not do that, and we just gonna you know, rethink some things. But you know, I've invested in myself, and I am keen to see where those investments lead. I'll say that. Um, but yeah, thanks for watching. I hope you had fun. I had a lot of fun. Um, I'll just have to do it later. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. This is probably my last video on the Whalien channel for a while. I have another channel I've been working on, and that's gonna take some time to, you know, get my stuff done for and start building that channel up. Excuse me, I've really enjoyed working on Whalien stuff and doing Whalien Studio things, but excuse me. Again, I'm trying to what do the girls be saying? Confirmation burp. um, you know, I don't know, I'm just interested in doing things that are more me, and finally giving things a try that I've been maybe a little too nervous or too scared or thought I couldn't try, or just not worrying about things and just doing things. I'm gonna try and take that Saturn and Aries energy and just really make something out of it. I don't want my experience during Saturn and Pisces to be for vain. Um, so I am planning to, start working on some projects that I've been meaning to for like years, but I just never really got around to doing because I was honestly too scared to do, or not even too scared, but just like I just didn't think I could do it. For whatever reason, I didn't think I could do it. It just seemed too weird, too out there. And now I'm just like, you know what, I'm gonna do it. And if it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. But it probably will work because a lot of times when I just try things, it does work out. A lot of times when I try too hard, it doesn't work out. And it's probably because I'm trying too hard. So I'm focusing on the things that come easy to me. So, I do have a new Instagram I've been slowly but surely working on, and that I'll be sharing some things on. And y'all might see me, y'all might not if you're already blocked. Y'all know I'll be litigious with my fingers. Blocked and reported. Um, so yeah, if you can't find my new account, it's probably because I know you IRL and I don't want or need anyone I know personally on my new stuff. I just want to do my stuff, do my thing for myself without any commenting, without any pushback, without any, are you sure you can't? I don't want to hear it. Stay out of my business. Don't talk to me. I'm still gonna have my Whalien stuff up. Whalien now is basically uh my personal stuff, my little personal projects. My new stuff though, that's gonna be a bit more businessy, a bit more professional, and we gonna keep it professional there. So yeah, honestly, that's it. So yeah, thanks again for watching. Thanks for listening. And I'll see y'all on the new channel. Probably before you see me on this one, but I don't know. I am really wanting to do the signs and sins redo. Um, but I don't know if I have it in me for that. And I'm gonna be honest, if I'm feeling too tired to do something, it's probably a sign I shouldn't be doing it. So we'll see. I've been doing a lot of other things, so we'll be doing that. I'll catch y'all when I catch y'all. Maybe you'll see me in the wild. Maybe you won't. But if this is bye for good, bye. I'll miss you. And if it's bye for now, I'll see you on the other side.